Oops, where am I? Where am I? What state am I? Hey, what's up, Banditos? It is Friday. So TGIF for that. And happy Cinco de Mayo. This is TuxedoBandido streaming live from the Pacific Northwest. And I hope you're feeling gangsta because we're going to run this wig splitter. Let's do it.
Now I'm in the limelight cause I rhyme tight. Time to get paid, blow up like the world trade. And if you don't know, now you know. Born sinner, the opposite of a winner. Remember when I used to eat sardines for dinner? Used to raw G, Lucy Beach, Mr. Freak. Spread love, it's the Brooklyn way. Funk master flex love. And if you don't know, now you know. Star ski. I'm blowing up like you thought I would. Call the trick, same number, same hood. It's all good.
Watch this.
And if you don't know, now you know.
You know what we need in the Division 2? We need more outfits that can be like gangbanger. You know what I mean? This is as close as I could get it. You know what I mean? So, and trying to rock like a cholo here. I guess fresh out of prison, you know? And so these are technically like hazmat pants, but I thought that they kind of look like the Riker's pants, like a Riker's jumpsuit. And then I got my tank top on, and then my beanie cap, like I'm from East Los, you know what I mean? And then my Bandido mask. And then, you know, them cholos, they like to wear flip-flops, so, you know, I'm sporting them. Sandals with socks, if you guys know what I mean. Anybody from LA? But that's very Chicano right there, I can tell you that. Anyways, that's as close as I can get it. So happy Cinco de Mayo, everybody. Hope you're having a beautiful start of your weekend. And we're gonna kick it off by running the rail splitter. That's right, you guys remember this beast? Ain't she a beaut? Let's take a look at it. So the rail splitter is the named assault rifle that's technically a Dark Zone exclusive, and it's a CTAR, and actually used to be one of my favorites, and it would probably be my favorite assault rifle if it could take a scope or a laser pointer, which it can do neither. But boy, it's fast with 900 RPMs at its base. I'm running strikers, so it's a little higher right here. We've got a full 50 and a full set of mods. I'm just limited on what mod you can put on it. A lower base damage as you would expect on a high RPM weapon, but the DPS is amazing on it. The reload speed is pretty average, I would say. It comes with a special skin called the Walnut. But what's special about it is that it's perfectly accurate. Now, the interesting thing is that the CTAR is already relatively accurate. So this kind of pushes it up into like super tier level. And so what our objective today is to create basically a season 11 build. So looking at the ninja, how can we make this weapon cool for season 11 and relevant? And then the other thing we're gonna do is, can we make a better than the rail splitter by modifying a non-named CTAR and using a different talent, like steady hands or fast hands or something like that. So that's what we're gonna do today. We're gonna start with the rail splitter. Let's create a season 11 build. And then once we get the build where it is, then we're gonna be like, hey, can we make it even better by swapping to a regular CTAR and changing out the talent, but still staying on the theme of like handling. You know what I mean? So, and that's why we'll look at talents like steady hand and fast hands and all that fun stuff like that. What's going on, Hunter? What's up, bro? What's up, everybody? Welcome to the Friday night stream. Anna Grumpsick. What up, Max? Everybody's in the house. All right. So let's get to it. So one is the Ninja Bike. You guys are all familiar with this by now. So this is going to allow us to mix and match for the most part, especially on the gear sets. It can be handy, but also for unlocking second brand attributes. So that's what we want to do. And I think like just right off the bat, we'll probably, so we're going to go down that 100% weapon handling concept. So we're going to go really high weapon handling on this and try to turn this into a laser beam and see, is that enough to get us into, you know, crazy DPS levels or survivability. And so, but of course we're going to be lacking some bonus armor or armor on kill, and so we're gonna have to try to build that in here as well so that we can get out of cover. Or we may find that the assault rifle is such a laser beam that we may be able to play from cover and get at deeper ranges. So we'll look at all those possibilities. So I feel like it's kind of a natural to first look at hotshots. I think hotshots and ninja bike with this assault rifle go together. And so let's look at our base stats. Where are we at? So we're already at 105% accuracy, 55% stability. And then that's with the 45% total weapon handling. Some of that's coming from my watch, so keep that in mind. And then some is coming from Striker. But we might get away with just maybe one piece of Striker for now. I mean, 3 pieces is definitely attractive, but maybe one piece of Striker. And then let's add some more weapon handling. So let's actually put on maybe we keep the mask and then let's put on that. It wouldn't be a bad idea to go contractor's gloves on this, right? Because you can get the damage to armor and weapon handling also. So it's a similar formula to what we did with the MMR, which is, by the way, that build is pinned to the top of the chat if you haven't checked that out. So take advantage. And let's see, what up, Biko? What's going on, bro? Welcome, Central.
You can't be any
Rufus
geek off
kicking
the street.
in.
Gotta be handy with the steel, if you
Appreciate
know what I
your
mean.
roof. So yeah, we might get hit a ban wave here. I mean a wave of subs. So let me silence that for a bit. It does that when I log in. Okay, so chest piece. I mean, we could look at Walker, but this is probably a good place to get our armor on kill. And so that Bellstone with Obliterate could be interesting. Or Walker, either way. You can put Walker there. It's got nice stats on it, so we can use that as a placeholder. And then we're gonna need at least 10% armor on kill. I could probably put in Gunner to get 10% armor on kill that way, and then we can maybe look at seeing if we need more. That's fine. So we'll optimize that. So that's an easy 10, right? And then a holster. What are we thinking here? Is this some corruption? I want to try to add more handling. The only thing I could think of is, and that might be a good move actually, is Heartbreaker, right? Because that's both. Well, we need 2 pieces, but that would be assault rifle and weapon handling. So that'd be good. Legend of Farva, what up? Fenry, Father of Wolves, appreciate the gifts there, man. Appreciate you. Thank you for that. And by the way, we do have the new custom sub badges for Twitch. Enjoy. What up, Dark? It's good. Appreciate you for subbing there too, my man. So what do you guys think? Like probably 2 pieces of this and maybe try to drop one of the other ones. Let me see here. What did we do with our mask? Striker. Ooh, that's tough, right? That's tough. Striker gets us an easy 15. This gets us an easy 10 with damage to armor, which is probably an equivalent there. You know what we got to do is probably look at Petrov on our chest, right? See if we can get Petrov on our chest, something like that. Unfortunately, that's not a very good one, but if we can get Petrov on our chest, it's not the most efficient thing to run. I hate kind of having to run Petrov. I'd rather run. See, the thing is, that's probably given this 1 piece of Contractor's Gloves is probably giving this almost the equivalent of 2 pieces of Heartbreaker. But Heartbreaker is probably better because it's 5 + 5 + 5. So let's see here if I can add that. There we go. See that? So there's a assault rifle damage, and if we put the other Heartbreaker down here, then that's going to open up the weapon handling. So, and then if we can run the Petrov on the chest, that's crazy, right? That's crazy. Where are we at right now? 86, 136. Is that counting the weapon? Yeah, it is. Okay, so that's 136 plus 10% more when you're standing still from our specialization. Right on, legend. I'll do my best, brother. What up, Matt? Welcome, bro. Look at your gold, bro. Look at your gold. You're bling bling, buddy. So 86. So we're at 76 total weapon handling. So the rest can be done for some mods, right? So, and this might. So I guess let's work on. Actually, let's put the stability there, and then let's see if we got room for accuracy up here. We could at least put weapon handling. Ooh, I'd rather have 5. Let me see, where's our stability at? We're look maxed out. I don't believe the weapon handling meter, by the way. But look at that 1.2 second reload time. That is amazing. That alone is amazing. We could also do that by putting 2 pieces, make an impact to that by putting 2 pieces of Umbra. So this is so I think the only piece we got to work out is the chest piece, right? And I gotta say, we're really close to running 3 pieces by adding. Here's the catch, okay? So maybe we forgo this, and the reason why is because if I just add 1 more piece of Heartbreaker, we got a 4-piece set going, and that's our bonus armor and damage. And so because we're missing the Memento, that might be the best way to go, right? That's a pretty cool build right there, actually, because that's our survivability, and then we got 10% armor on kill. So there's our bonus armor and damage, 100 stacks, right? And we wanted the 3 pieces for the weapon handling. It gives us everything we're looking for. It's almost a perfect set. Because, I mean, I guess you could do the same thing with Striker, but Striker doesn't give you that bonus armor, so then we'd have to figure out if we're happy with that or not. So let's look at this. Let's see what it's doing damage-wise. Yeah, no, I'm not gonna stand still. You got that, Dinkbar. You know me well, brother. You've learned well, huh? Learned quickly. Okay, so let's see what we're doing damage-wise. This should be pretty sick because a 4-piece red, Heartbreaker is not a joke, I gotta say. So let's add. Yeah, okay, we're good there. Now the catch is, we're gonna need a laser pointer, but I think with our rate of fire and the accuracy, we might not, right? I'm a big fan of running Technician with this build, and we might still be able to do that. Look at that. Look at that damage, guys. 723. Now, you might be like, oh, well, you know, I can get this to hit to 1,000,000, but think about the accuracy and the bonus armor that you're getting with it, and the rate of fire. Don't forget about that. But that's... What do we see? 723 there? Easy. And that's not even worrying about crits yet, right? So let's see where we're at crits rise. 3293. So what do we got? Crits, chance, damage, put some chance here, and I think that'll call it good. 38, 93, 40, 40, 93, that's about right. Man, that's a laser. Do you see that reload? That's key. So normally these CTARs don't have the best reloads. So we like what we see there. So let's just go get a quick demo run, all right? And then what we'll do is see if what we want to change. But let's just go get a feel for it to see if, like, hey, do we need the laser pointer? Do we need more armor? Do we need more crits? Because we could add more crits to the weapon, right? So I'm running accuracy, and we have to go crit chance there. I do got the larger mag, of course, and then I'm running stability, the lack of optimal range. But let's see how we feel about the 700 with our level of armor. And then let's go ahead and pull in those other CTARs because we're gonna need those. And as a matter of fact, we could probably go ahead and re-roll some of those. Let's put it on back here. This one. Okay. So if we take that CTAR, let me show you what our options are as alternates to this weapon. So you know that 50% accuracy is very unique. However, if we go fast hands, you get amazing reloads, which is always good. steady hand, 1% accuracy up to 100 stacks, and stability. I kind of like that one better, right? Utak. Udaker. What are we saying there? You take her. You take her. Thanks for the 9 months, man. 9 month streak. Right on. Right on. And you got your you got the gunmetal mask icon. There you go, bro. So we got steady hands for 100, and we have on empty for 30% weapon handling, which is also nice. I kind of don't like it. Kind of, it's all right. Overflowing is kind of a mag refill thing. So, and then nearsighted, 80% stability for lack of optimal range. I'm not a big fan of that either. So I feel like our best option, so let's just gonna go steady-handed, and then otherwise fast hands is amazing, right? And so I think steady-handed could be crazy. I like the free reload, okay? And 100, I like that it sticks around for a while before it resets. You know, so let's go with that on our backup weapon. So we're gonna first run the CTAR, of course, and then we will pair it up with the shotgun for easy stacks. And then down here, we'll just go ahead and put on a shield or whatever. Because if this works, I probably would run it. How would we do this? Probably. I'd probably add like an armor core and then more crits, and then peel off some of this extra stability. I'm sure we have overkill here, and then add technician and get rid of our 10% armor on kill. I have found with a good Heartbreaker build that you don't need armor on kill with a good Heartbreaker build. You can get away with just a little fixer or the Memento, of course. But let's go give this a shot. It's got all the right elements to make a good build. Let's see, what's our map look like today? In case you're wondering, AR is up here. I mean, MMR is up here. I might farm that later. Foxes, TP, always good. Oraldi, Murakami, mods. We go to my usual farming zone. Yeah, I was running the Just a Headshots yesterday, and it wasn't horrible. What were we using yesterday? SMG, we were running Unwavering, I think, yesterday. It wasn't horrible. It wasn't. So... all right. Yeah, so the Rail Splitter is a Dark Zone only weapon. There's a chance you could probably get it from the Countdown vendor, because that vendor sells Dark Zone weapons sometimes. And then named item caches is the easiest way to get these weapons. That's how I usually get them. And so when we have those global events, you really want to farm the hell out of them, especially if you're new. And you don't have a lot of options on your Dark Zone gear, then you want to farm the hell out of these events. And then when you get the good ones like Golden Bullet or Reanimated, I mean, take time off of work, tell your family you're not going to see them for a while, whatever it takes. You know? Oh, Dark, that sucks, man. I don't know, Udaker, you take her. What platform are you on? I play on the Xbox and I have no problems. But I never really have. I mean, Xbox has always been a very stable experience for me. If you're on one of the older consoles, past generations, then there's a chance you're gonna have some issues. But I mean, I did. You know, as they add more and more updates to the game, you know, those older systems tend to, you know, have cache issues and little things like that. But the older systems. But I'm very stable, even in Countdown. I haven't been to Summit in a while, so I do need to check on that. Okay, so we're gonna start with our shotgun, right? So this is all about accuracy. We want to remind ourselves to pull in for more headshots if the build gives us the comfort level to do that. So the only thing without the pulse, I find that it takes a second for them to light up, you know? Come here, dude. Like, okay, that was pretty quick right there. Sometimes I feel like I'm hitting them in the head and then I don't see them start to get the pulse for like a second. It almost feels like a solid second. Apparently we need the shield. It's her, punk ass. I feel like it needs a scope with this kind of accuracy though, you know? One of these things this weapon lacks is a little bit of a stagger power. It doesn't have that good of stagger. You notice that? That's pretty important on a weapon. And we're wailing in on their head. And that's what, if you don't have that, there's a good chance that you're gonna take incoming damage. You know? So staggering weapons are pretty important. I'm sure it does stagger, but it's just not as quick to do it. Let's see on her. So what's tough about this weapon, I'll tell you right now, is the rate of fire. You don't want it to be faster, even though I love to get it faster. Like if we're going for headshots, that's what I mean. Like if we're going for headshots, don't make it faster. Don't go striker. I think striker would be a mistake. And even probably Umbra, because the weapon is so fast, it takes a second to get control over it, right? And the faster it is, that means the more ammo you're gonna lose before you get control over it, even with this rate of accuracy. So you can see I'm not landing 100% of my headshots. We're doing a good job, but there's still a moment of control. And that's because these guys are moving, right? They're not standing still. It's not like there's a paper target here. And so, remember, accuracy doesn't give you control over your weapon. Accuracy is going to tighten up the bloom for you. Stability is what's going to give you the most control. And so, and we got high stability, but the weapon is just so fast and in motion, and you're in motion and the enemy's in motion. It's still going to take a moment to get a handle or get your shots clean. And the faster your weapon, and this is, I'm saying this because this weapon's already fast. And so the faster your weapon, the more reload that's gonna create on the single target. And that sucks, right? Reloads on the same target sucks. And it's not a damage thing. It's the same issue that the Bighorn has. So the Bighorn's got a fundamental issue to it. And that it's asking for a high percentage of headshots to build up your damage stacks and to maintain them. Now, one of the big problems is that it's a relatively fast weapon. It's not the fastest, but it's relatively fast. What are we at? Like 850 on that thing? And so, because you're always going for the head, it doesn't matter what kind of handling or accuracy you have, or what kind of aim you have, whether it's potato or not. It's just that going for the head is a small object. And the farther away you are, then the smaller it is, and the enemy's moving. And so there's gonna be a lot of misses in there. And plus, they're putting their hands in front of their face when they ADS, so you're also shooting their weapon. You don't realize you are. See their weapon there? See? And their hands. So some of those are gonna be body shots. They're not all headshots. And then the bighorn's got a very small mag on top of that. So you're always reloading with that bighorn. Always reloading. So even though the weapon is strong, you have no matter what your accuracy is, you have a high percentage of misses simply because you're going for the smallest object basically on enemy. It's easier to get their fucking weak points, you know? That big red satchel is a bigger object than their damn head. And then we're not done, okay? And then there's body flinching. So as the enemy takes damage, whether it's from you or an ally, their head starts jiggling. Like, basically like a bobblehead. They turn into an NPC bobblehead when they take damage. And I'm sure if you've used sniper builds in this game, then you've noticed that. And so, what ends up happening is that makes your build feel like it's weaker, all simply because you're increasing your time to kill because you're going exclusively for headshots. Where if you played with the weapon that was less accurate, that a higher base damage, and went for some body shots or made your build a little more suitable for that, and just included some body shots, balanced it out a little bit more, then your time to kill would probably improve just simply from the landing more shots. And that's what we talked about earlier. It's like, this is why landing shots is first off more important than your damage. It really is. The most important thing is to make sure you're landing your shots. Once you're there, then it's damage. But if you're missing all your shots, who cares what your damage is? You know what I mean? Like, it doesn't matter. You know, you can try to compensate that bad shots landed thing. And so another example was when we did the Savage Wolverine build. That was a perfect example. So the Savage Wolverine build, we had a high percentage of landed shots, and part of it was because it was slow. And I suggested on the Savage Wolverine, do not go Striker, do not go Umber, do not increase your RPMs. It's perfect at 790. Slow enough to control. And what I mean by that is that by the time you get a handle on your weapon after its initial kick, you haven't expended your mag. You haven't spent all your rounds, right? You still got a good chunk of rounds there to lay on the enemy's head. So, anyways, so what I noticed there, it had nothing to do with my power, but I noticed a lot of reloads, and that was kind of annoying. That's kind of annoying to me, at least. Let me clear some of this out. Now, part of that is because I'm going for a high number of headshots. I'm doing that because I'm running Gunner. So the question is, if I just put on, well, we can't. This thing doesn't take the laser pointer, right? It doesn't take the laser pointer. So we can't put on Spotter. We have to stay with Gunner. So that might change my chest strategy, right? Yeah, I mean, nobody's really good at headshots. We're all good to the degree in which the NPCs allow us to be, right? But those NPCs are moving, they're dodging, and they're ducking. You know what I mean? They're doing all 5 Ds of dodgeball, that's for sure. And so it's. Let's see if we add a striker, second piece of striker. We don't want to add a second piece of striker. I think we're gonna end up having to go like the Walker. Let's try Walker with Obliterate. And then that sucks because we're going to lose our bonus armor. So we'll look into what happens after this. But, you know, we could look at dropping this striker and saying maybe this 30% weapon handling is good. I don't know. But 44, 93, that's good. good there. So this gives us obliterate. Actually, so we're gonna have to increase our crit chance all the way because obliterate, it rolls off of crits. So that's the downside about going with obliterate, is you're gonna have to max your crit chance out. And if you don't have a build that needs to, then also annoying. Let's, I think we're gonna be close enough, but let me get the mod. What to do the mods. Let's see, do I have a Heartbreaker with crit chance on it? Yeah, let's do that. There we go, perfect, 57. Street King! What up, man? If you can dodge a wrench,
Detected.
you can dodge a ball.
Control point in proximity.
Is it necessary to drink my own urine? No, but I like it. What does he say? Because it tastes good and it's sterile. Something like that. It's like, Jesus. What up, Brucey? All right, so we got this. So because we're not running Heartbreaker anymore, yeah, that felt good. I don't have to exclusively go for headshots. That feels good. Better, you know. And it's not about damage, it's about shots landed. That's the better I've already begun to feel. I like to crack this big boy's helmet just to tell him that I can. I know that guy was gonna come get me in a minute here. That's what we want to see right there. You see that? Like how many of those shots landed? So look at that jiggling of the, there's still somebody alive. Let's take a look at that bloom real quick. So that's free-handed there. Yeah, pretty tight. I mean, I'm obviously pretty close. Let me get out about right there. That's averaged. So I'm not controlling it there. I was literally just pulling the trigger, and that's pretty freaking tight, right? Full mag. All right. Someone's shooting arrows at me. See how the healer drone struggles to heal me? So I think this is probably, I mean, if you really want to take advantage of it, it's probably a play from cover weapon. You know what I mean? Use that distance as your advantage and with that accuracy. Not like super deep though. I don't mean like you know 50 meters out, but like inside, because you got the speed to play inside. But the accuracy to play deep. God damn, you are squirrely. I just busted that thing. Stop fixing that thing, god damn it. Where'd you go? Death by hand. Those all hand shots. Yeah, so the biggest thing I noticed is a lack of stagger. In order to do that, we're gonna have to rip through this guy faster. Because they're not being staggered and they're putting out damage on me when, you know, as I'm shooting them. And that sucks. That really sucks. When you choose your weapons, like finding weapons that stagger, you'll notice you have a higher success rate with them. Oh, come on.
Incapacitated.
Little lag. What up, Reaps? Lag on that shield. So, but obliterate is a move in the right direction. So basically the strategy is that you still need to break up your shots. And that's why people like, Jesus guys. People like the bighorn, but it's always sort of a kind of a gimmicky guy. Nobody really like goes in on it as if it's their primary favorite weapon. You ever notice that? It's always on top of lists, these imaginary lists. You know, saying that this is the best AR. Look at that. Fucking, he out DPS'd me right there. It's literally always on like the top 5 ARs in the game, but for some reason nobody ever runs it. Why? And we all run it to, you know, sometimes, and I'm sure there's a minority of people that maybe run it more than others. But it's because it's got fundamental issues. It makes you do too many headshots, which it has a small mag. It doesn't matter what power it is. That's just a high percentage of misses. You can make the strongest striker all red build in the game and still probably find you're better off with a different weapon. I think most people discover that on their own. And that's the improved bighorn. It used to be worse. It used to be worse handling. They gave it more handling, but the problem is again, it's just the unbalance between headshots and body shots. It's not up to you. It's up to the gun on that one, because the gun is saying all headshots mostly, you know, because you got to maintain this. But I don't think assault rifles are that good at 100% headshots unless you got a very large target in your face, like a chunga. I don't mind doing it on like chungas or the heavy helmet guys because they got kind of bigger heads. And that is, I'm not saying not a high degree of headshots. We all want to maximize our headshot play. The reality is assault rifles need some body shots, and so do SMGs. Same thing. Like, that's why nobody runs an SMG build with 100% headshot damage. You ever notice that? I mean, is anybody out there putting 100% headshot damage on your assault rifle build because you can land a high majority of your headshots? Because that would be more efficient than crits, right? Because all a headshot damage mod is a guaranteed crit. Because headshot damage mods or attributes and crit damage attributes come out of the same multiplier bucket. Except headshot damage doesn't require crit chance mods and crit damage does. So the reality is if we were landing higher percentage of headshots, we would be better off just putting on headshot damage mods. It would be a stronger build. But nobody does that because even if we are proficient with our headshots, there's just too many misses, and which causes extra reloads, which causes poor DPS. That's what's weird is that it's weird. It's ironic, isn't it? Builds that go for too many headshots have worse DPS, because in reality, yeah, in the testing range, that's all we do is test on the head. We step up to a target and test our DPS on 100% headshot damage. I mean, I get why. That's its peak performance. So, but I'm just saying, like, don't use that number as that's why I'm surviving, because it's not. A headshot can crit, though. Yep, for sure. So yeah, you can get double advantage, of course. It can crit. Oh yeah, if you didn't know. So if you can crit, it can crit, but it's additive crit. So the crit is additive damage. So because they come out of the same bucket. So for example, what you would do is like how the game calculates that headshot damage that crits is it actually puts crit damage and headshot damage in the same bucket and then does its multiplication. Does that at the same time. Not a very good math teacher, so it's probably somebody that can explain it better. I guess another way to explain it, like maybe in a simpler term, is like, let's just say you only had 2 attribute slots on your build. And the question would be, which is better, 10% headshot damage and 10% crit damage? Or 20% headshot damage? And you're only hitting the head, right? And so they'd be the same, they'd be exactly the same. You'd get the same result. Assuming you're guaranteed critting. But you would, so the advantage of, but in the real game, the advantage of going crit damage is that you get plus 2%, right? Because the mods come in 12s, whereas headshot damage, the mods come in 10s. The difference is that headshot damage is guaranteed and crit damage isn't. You only got 60% chance of hitting that crit damage. So that's why they give you plus 2% on it, because you're less likely to get it. This is a nice M1928 if anybody wants it. What up, John Chase? Happy Cinco de Mayo, brother. Yeah, I'm with you. Like I usually like my pure headshot builds. I do have builds that are pure headshot builds, of course, and they're you know, tend to be snipers, pistols, and rifles. Actually, rifles too do a pretty good job. Even the faster ones, like the USC. Anybody try that? It's actually a pretty good one. It can host this the laser pointer, so that's helpful. So okay, so what we need again, I guess one. Well, let's just try one other version here, real quick. One is to see if we can get the striker chest on. I got armor on it, but that's okay. We'll just roll with it. And then let's run a full set of striker. And go the higher damage version. Downside being we got the chest piece, but I don't have to. Actually, we can. Let me swap that out. Go for less stacks. How about that? And then we could keep the walker chest. This might be good, actually. A Providence wouldn't be bad either. I don't have a good Providence chest, but Providence would give you headshot damage and crit chance. That'd be good. And then I'll go back to the walker chest here. So we get the damage to armor at least. So we still get the 15% handling. We added rate of fire, unfortunately, but we'll roll with it. And then we get Striker's Gamble, which is gonna give us that nice multiplier. But we maintain this 30% headshot, and then we're bringing in Obliterate on top of this, which is usually a good combo. Crits, we're 45.93. We're right where we need to be. So it's perfect there. Well, actually, no, we got to raise that because we're running Obliterate. So we lost some. It's because this is crit damage. That's all right. We'll just go with it then because... Oh, well, I can change these, I guess. See if we've noticed that. So we're going for max crits because I'm running Obliterate, right? So... meet that cap. 55, there we go. Make sure we get the most of it. I know. That's why I'm trying to, Anna, that's why I'm trying to squeeze in some assault rifle builds, and that's why we did SMGs yesterday and LMGs and stuff like that. I'm trying to balance it out. But I could literally do nothing but headshot builds in this game. That's it, 100%. There's an addictive element to them that they got the fastest time to kill, you know? And so you can get really creative with your builds because they're also overpowered. And a lot of people don't realize that, or they don't think about that. Like I saw this somebody playing with one online yesterday. I'm not judging, but I just think like it's a big deal when you discover that. And I'm trying to demonstrate it a lot for you guys. You know, I don't want to force things down your throat or whatever, but like if it just kind of open your minds, like by showing off like the build that's pinned, for example. It's just like, it's like if you see how overpowered they are and you do something more with that power, you can really make some really interesting, fun combinations. But anyways, yesterday I saw somebody playing with like an all red 4-piece striker, you know, like a really standard sniper build, and it was just all red, all heroic. You know, doing heroic control points out of cover. And it was just like, wow. I was like, I wonder if they realize, and they were using the Nemesis. I think there was a Nemesis, and maybe it was a Mantis, and then Vigilance on the backpack, you know, all the pretty standard sniper build, right? Everybody's familiar with that one. And I was just like, oh, wow. I was like, so he's basically running around with 60 million damage or whatever. And, you know, like, I wonder if he realizes that all the enemies are dying at the most 25 million. Like, I wonder what he would, you know, what he thinks is happening to that other amount of 40 million damage or whatever, you know? What happens to that damage? Okay, so we got to get, no, we don't need to use our shotgun because. So you know, this is actually my default setup, Ninja Bike aside, but Striker has been my default setup for this weapon, the rail splitter. I haven't read it in a while, but oof, it feels a lot better actually. See that we're not staggering, so we need that time to kill to compensate. Yeah, you seen that? It looks pretty good. Oh shit, there's two of them back here. That's bad. Yeah, it feels actually a lot better. Maybe that 15% RPM isn't that bad on it. Just a little buff. Who's back here? Come on, man. So as you can see, I'm just more comfortable and doing better on those body shots. That's what's improved, really. And that's because Striker gave us the DPS enhancement to do it. And combined with Obliterate, it's a really good combo. I mean, we're probably burning ammo, though. That's one thing to think about. Jesus, dude, come on. Oh yeah, this thing fucking shreds, guys. Well, I can't wait till we get to the next iteration. I think this could be better with... I have a feeling that steady hands, that's my prediction, is going to be a better weapon than the rail splitter. A regular CTAR, steady hands. And the reason why in the challenge, and I like to see the rail splitter, I did like it better when it was originally, I used to have perfect measured on it. Yeah, that was good. 714. So the same damage right there as what we started with. Remember in the testing range we were at 722. So we probably gained DPS though because We have a higher crit chance than what we started with, as well as RPMs. So our DPS is better, but our crit chance hasn't risen. Does that make sense?
Enemy patrol detected.
Crit damage is the same, but our DPS is better. Feels great, actually, though. Feels like what I'm used to with the rail splitter, because I've always been a fan of this weapon. And the first setup was just like, maybe I don't like this weapon anymore. But now I remember why I like it. Has that ever happened to you? I want to hear those headshot crunches. But the thing that I was noticing mostly was the reloads. That was the negative things I was noticing a lot, and that was getting to me. And the lack of stagger, very noticeable on this weapon. And so you're gonna have to have a fast time to kill in order to do that, which we had, but the reloading was taking that away from us because we were going for too many headshots. Ironically. I wish I had a scope though. I mean, you can't even put, there is absolutely zero magnification you can put on this thing. Fine example right there. Gets a elite heavy gunner from an elite patrol. I mean, our shield isn't strong at all. That's a tier 2 shield. Tier 2. See that? So he should have broke it, but our DPS was there to get to him before he got to us. That's our Reaper, yeah. They see big and they're like, oh, it must be, it's the best build because it's the strongest, it has the highest number. You know what I mean? And it's just like, but what I noticed, it's not like, and he was dying a lot too, and so he was running with the Reviver Hive because he had to, right? We're talking about the sniper build I was watching this guy use, and so where he had all this extra damage, but then he had to run the Reviver and use it all the time. I mean, I watched him for a minute. He was streaming, and I watched him for a minute, and I was like, oh wow, this guy is gonna die a lot. He died in the first minute that I watched him. I was like, yeah, he's gonna be dying all through the whole stream. Not that all red builds die all the time, but that's not really the point. The point is, it's like, you know, you could solve that problem pretty easily, you know. Whether it be running preservation on your sniper, that's one easiest way to get through that, or running the mementos, another really easy. Like, I mean, I snipe a lot in this game, and I'll tell you that Memento is one of the best backpacks you can run on a sniper build. And I know that sounds crazy. I know how that sounds. Because so many people are like, but wait. And I mean, like, even if you're playing from cover, even if you're a cover sniper, absolutely. And I even use it in Legendary, where that whole first checkpoint, you have to play from cover. You can't go get your trophies because they, like on Roosevelt Island, they hold you back. So it's not like you can run and gun. So we just shot the boss. That was great. Yeah, so this is we're on the right setup here. So it looks like it's going to be Striker on this one. And the reason why, I would say I would still go with Heartbreaker, but Heartbreaker requires headshots from us, purely almost. But Heartbreaker has the damage and armor, bonus armor to give us, so it's actually preferred. But because I cannot put on the pulse, I'd rather not. Now I realize I could run sharpshooter and do some other minor workarounds, but they're not really worth it for me when I could just, when this seems to be working, I guess. And plus, we did the Heartbreaker and the Savage Wolverine, so I'd like to do a different one. Not that we haven't done a Striker either, because we have.
Fly road access unlocked.
Yeah, I mean, people can get really annoyed of you in group play, right? As a sniper, because you can be stealing all the kills. If you're, as you get more proficient, you can, even if it's not all the time, but sometimes you kind of get on a nice little run, and you're like, snap, 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 and you're like, you just took out that whole little mini wave that came out that door, or whatever. Especially, see, it's actually easier playing with friends with snipers, because I call them like walking decoys, right? Because your allies are out there pulling aggro, and that allows you to get out of cover and to pick them off as they're sitting there, putting out a whole mag on an enemy or half a mag on an enemy. You took out the entire squad in 4 bullets, where at best they would have had to gone through, I guess, 2 full mags, and that's at best. So, okay, so let's see here. Let's take a look. So how do we, where's our weapon here? Where do we end up here? Because it feels great. So 100% accuracy is where we landed, 55% stability, and this weapon doesn't need a lot of stability. So I want to mention that we pulled off the stability mods and the accuracy mods. And so, so that's what 100% accuracy looks like. And it felt just about right. So I'm wondering if we use the other CTAR, that's going to give us an additional 100 on top of our build. So minus 50, we'd be at 150, 155 basically, and then 155 there. So we're at 45% handling. Let's try the other CTAR real quick and see if we like it better. CTAR is steady-handed. Let's reconfigure this. It's all crit, and we're good to go. So as you can see, we're now at 55% accuracy, okay? 55% stability, 45% weapon handling. And then the talent is gonna grow to 100 stacks. And then when it's there, we're gonna consume that mag for a free reload, which we love. So this should be a good weapon for this setup. Similar to what we saw with the FAMAS, right? What up, Aldo? Cinco de Mayo stream. Yes, Juicy. I'm glad you discovered that. The GR9 and the Stoner both work amazing with steady hand because of the size of their mags. You have to look at it also in the percentage of shots landed. So like even as you're increasing your stability, you're still probably going to be around 50% accuracy, which means you need a mag size at about 200 to guarantee that reload. And you can guarantee that reload is what you're looking for, a guaranteed free reload. And by doing so, you've recreated the Bullet King with higher base damage and accuracy and stability. So you end up being just a better Bullet King. And some of those have you get your pouch up to 250, at least the Stoner. I can't remember if the GR9 does. So yeah. And I'm sure that's how you're running it or similar. Good find. Okay, remember this is the regular CTAR. See, it reloads nice and fast, huh? Woo! So did we already get the free reload? We must have, huh? $75. Yeah, man, it racks up fast. So we're cycling through it fast. We like that. We like the fast cycles. We're already at 75. And we're about to get another free reload. So yeah, got the free reload and then restarted. So it worked. One of the things that I'm noticing, the difference between this and the FAMAS. So we ran this on the FAMAS several weeks back. And now see, the FAMAS starts off with pretty bad handling, I gotta say. But it's a great weapon, obviously on the DPS side. So, but the thing about it is that when Steady Hand expires, you feel an abrupt kick to your weapon, you know? And you just like, you can feel it when it's, you don't even have to look at your meter. You're like, oh, it's off, because you see your weapon just jump. But this one doesn't do that, because it's already stable. Oh, really? No way he landed those shots. God. No way. Blind firing at that angle is impossible. I know, because I've tried it. I played, that's my little spot when I'm up there. Just got to reload again, I think. So, yep, just got to reload. Ah, get off me. Oh, it feels great. Hard to tell the difference between the two, but I think this one's gonna pull out more benefits. So it's kind of a good thing, especially for you people that don't have the rail splitter. Because I mean, that would make this one better. If you can't tell the difference, because you're also getting the stability and reload. Now, the reason why I can't tell the difference too much is because the CTAR doesn't need a bunch of stability. It's pretty stable. That's why when it resets, you can't even tell. So, in my opinion, I think it's probably better than the rail splitter, and I'd be the one to recommend. And that's coming from a guy that loves the rail splitter. So you don't get any damage advantages. You're getting, well, you do technically. That would be a DPS advantage on the sustain side, because you're skipping a reload from time to time. But you know, I mean, like, see that shit? That's blind fire amazingness. And then we reset off of that too. Oh, hey. Ah. Don't you break my shield. I don't know what you guys are thinking. Breaking your shield's a automatic death ticket, huh? Look at that blind firing. Insane. I mean, that's always advantage. Whoa. Oh yeah, when you get those high numbers, this is better. Because we're at 87 right now, right? You see the number? 92 now. I mean, I can feel those high numbers. This is by far better. Yeah. Woo-hoo-hoo! Get me out of there. There's somebody behind me. You feel like you're running literally a little laser. A tactical. Ooh, it's you. Oh no! Oh my god, they slammed me hard. Get slammed hard there. Don't do it. Don't you do it. He wants to finish me. Ah, I hate when they do that. Okay, let's watch that replay. It's the blind fire I want you to look at here, okay? So check out the blind fire in a second. Hopefully I got it. And the crazy part is it ended up with a headshot, right? That was a blind fire that ended up killing with the head. So this is steady-handed. So yeah, so the comparison is which is better technically, and is it steady-handed or is it the 50% accuracy from the rail splitter? Everything else is the same on the weapon. So obviously there's benefits to having the accuracy that doesn't need to stack right out of the gate, but because the weapon is so fast and so steady, already your stacks happen pretty quickly. Yeah, chameleon stacks can be annoying too sometimes, but the benefit with steady hand is that each stack is an immediate benefit. So 1%, 2%. And so because we're landing so many shots, let's just say we're landing 50% of our shots, let's just say, then that means we're getting, our one mag is 25 stacks. So a single mag disbursement gets us 25% handling, stability and accuracy at least. And then our reload speed's at 1.4, which is a dream, okay, for an assault rifle. That's SMG reload times. And so that's all assisting our time to kill. And then of course we get the free reload, which is just sort of a perk. We're not really playing into that. And the reason why I'm not playing into it is because everything's happening so fast. I mean, we're cycling, definitely cycling through that faster than the FAMAS. And I think that's because the FAMAS is just had some inherent handling issues. At least for us console players. So would we be better off with something else than Walker? I mean, it does give us damage to armor, which is nice. With Obliterate on our chest, we could use a Cheska chest also, but it's nice to have the multiplier there. The weapon damage isn't doing much for us. 5% more weapon damage isn't helping, but the damage to armor is, and we can't run Cheska because we're of the ninja backpack. So I mean, I'm just thinking here out loud, like, are we better off? It'd be curious to try it. Is if we ran the striker backpack and then the striker chest, I wonder how hard it is to maintain with this weapon. Why would I do that? Well, because then I could push up a second, we get more damage, of course, and then I could push up my second hot shot piece there. I mean, it's worth a shot. Let's just give it a quick try. It's a fast weapon with good handling, so it's inspiring me here. See if I get I'm looking for one with crits. We can go weapon handling if we need to, but crits. Okay, let's just go that one. All right, where are we at crit wise? 43, 105. So that's probably okay. Not that I can do anything about it anyways. Because we took off Obliterate, but I can fix this here. So we'll add one more crit chance. Let's try that. So obviously I added some armor too. But with that chest and backpack combo, this could be a crazy weird build. All green without the ninja. It's worth a shot. Added more stacks. For sure. I mean, we have the shotgun if we need it, but I would rather not use it. I'm thinking that the on this build at least, I don't mind it on others, but because when you swap out his steady hands, I'm pretty sure you lose it. What up, Katie? All right, let's see. Happy Friday, Smoker. Rex, good to see you. Welcome back. All right, so quick test on this. Do we love it? Do we hate it? It's all about it's the stacking, right? It's really the chess piece that we're looking at. So who do we got here? Rusher? We don't want Mr. They don't know about my blind fire skills, do they? We don't want this guy though. Fucking guy. Ah! Oh, I knew that was gonna happen. I should have focused on him first. Oh, really? Where's my backup? Should be able to fast travel on them. Oh, I hate when they do that. That's what I would love. Faster ways to get back into the game. It's always bothered me for years. That thing right there, like when you die, whatever, not being able to fast travel back to where you just came from in a PVE mode is annoying. Like I signaled for the backup, didn't I? Or am I remembering a different run? Getting old. Try this again. And so with the 3-piece striker, I was feeling like, well, how much benefit are we getting out of the ninja? Basically, it was allowing us to run the Walker chess piece. That was the only win there. And I was like, well, if that's the only win, let's try this. Because the other way would be like, well, you know, I could run the Memento. So we try the ninja, but it doesn't always work. And I'm not saying it doesn't here, but I want to keep it logical. Of course. Doesn't matter how much accuracy you put on your build, their accuracy is better. Oh, you see that? I get hit from like these crazy distances and angles. That was from that red guy back there. The angle he got me at was amazing. If we had a scope, it'd be a little easier, but there we go. That feels good. So with the chest piece, we got to play a little tight, right? Oh, really? So we get those stacks faster. Damn, we're taking out those turrets pretty easy. A little more center mass, too. To stack faster. Obviously integrate the shotgun too, but with steady hand, I'm pretty sure you lose it if you swap out. Oh, boss doesn't like this at all, does he? Yeah. We did it. So, I mean, a little bit more ramp up time because of those crazy stacks. So as you can see, I got 2, right? So if I switch weapons, then switch back, the 2's gone. So if you do use the backpack, of course you want to use it in the very beginning. But it's really not that big of a loss now that I think about it, because we gain those stacks so easily. I mean, the steady hand stacks, that we could probably just go with it, really. Lose it, go ahead and lose them, right? You know what I mean? The risk is low. That's bullshit. It's bullshit that they can move like faster than my crazy RPM CTAR. That just bothers me, you know? Sidestepping faster. Fuck yeah. You don't even have to step up to them all the way. Yeah, I think that's the way. I mean, notice once I use that shotgun, we haven't lost our stack sense. Very easy to maintain with the CTAR. Oh yeah. I mean, you don't need any more armor and kill. This has got it all. 10% is enough. When you die. Oh my god. How'd you get back there so fast? Lightning. $782 right there. But yeah, I'm really liking how easy it is to maintain. This is the better build. For sure. We have no problems maintaining that. Whoa.
Incoming hostiles detected.
Oh, blind fire dream. Yes, give me more. Send me more maggots. Fuck yeah. There we go. Ladies and gents, mission accomplished. This is the build. I wouldn't change anything. I wouldn't change anything. I mean, what is that? That's with extra armor, right? So the Ninja Bike gave us 1 armor core, no doubt, but it also gave us an extra red core. So, and then of course the skill tier. So that does keep our shield at a tier 2. So there's, I think you do want that. What up, Diz? Thanks with that Prime sub, bro. Yeah, that reload is nice. That reload is nice. I said, because that's, I think, I'm pretty sure this is a 2.1 second reload. Maybe it's a little faster. Maybe it is a little faster, actually, now I think about it. Maybe it's closer to, or better than the Police M4, because the Police M4 has got a real bad reload on it. Clear this stuff. So it looks kind of funky, right? Because of all this, but like, I like it. I mean, it's just effective. I just another way to bring in survivability, landing shots, you know? How much can we back off? You know, that's the question. That is a really good question, actually, because like, how much is steady-handed adding over the 30%? You know, so that maybe that's the next test. Let's take off Hot Shot. Let's do that next. Let's take off Hot Shot and see if we notice. The catch is the Hot Shot's adding that reload speed, and that, if you notice, that really did help. Like, especially when those guys were coming out of that hole. So let's test without this and see if we notice. Is it all steady hands? Either way, my conclusion right up front is I can tell you that the CTAR with steady hands is way better than the rail splitter. That's crazy. So the rail splitter is just, this is just a better thing. So it makes the rail splitter, you know, I think it needs a rework. I mean, obviously the advantage is you don't have to stack to 50% accuracy, but you know, you could now double it with the 100% stability and get the free reload. So come on, rail splitter. Come on. Okay, so let's see if we can do it without that. So what do I got for gloves? Oh, striker gloves. Crit damage there. Let's just put striker everywhere for a second. Crit chance. All right. Stats wise, we're at 49, so I could probably put the Coyote here. I would normally run the Memento, but I don't want to switch the backpack chest combo here. And then I'm not so sure. Let me see where we are at crits. That's going to push us to 25% crit damage. So that's good. I'll keep it 49, 105 because this will give us together 10 many times. So I'll keep this crit damage. Actually, you know what that does? If we like put a Cheska here, that could open up back up our mods. Because that Omega, I mean, notice the stats aren't full now, right? But that Omega stability would be, that's 20%. I mean, where we were getting a 30% from the weapon handling that we lost, but at least it's something that's pretty good. So I mean, I feel like that might even all be better, but let's not do that yet. Let's just get a clean test. So let's go ahead and put on something like Grupo or Foxes or whatever. This Foxes, but with headshot damage. Providence with headshot damage. No. Gloves. We can go contractors, I guess. Keep it simple. Yeah, all right, we'll do that. Clean, so everything else is the same. And our stats is double check. 49, 117, good. All right. So, and that's because the Coyote can give us up to 25% more. And then crit damage or 10-10 crit damage, crit chance. Yeah, I was thinking about the Picaros too. I probably would go the Picaros in the end because it's going to strengthen your shield. Or you get a free armor core, you know, and just to boost your armor up. I mean, I say that, but obviously you can go with the Chesco or Grupo and put an armor core there too. But it's just a core-to-core exchange without requiring a crit. What other weapon would be better than a Cetar? I mean, with the talent? Because Dark, I mean, I guess like with the talent, if you're talking about that. We did the FAMAS build. That was amazing for it. It's called Unbelievable. Okay, so let's see. Can we maintain the stacks on this? And still, right? The same quality we did before. And so we found out that if we push up and start with our shotgun, it was really easy to maintain before in the last version. So let's see if we have the same success. They always set up a turret on that deep side, so you got to get in there. Okay, we should be good enough. Here we go, we just got to clear. So I haven't gotten a full stack yet. That's kind of surprising, to be honest with you.
Vital signs critical.
So I am surprised that we haven't gotten full stacks yet, I gotta say. You know, but otherwise the handling feels decent. I mean, obviously once you get to like the 100 numbers, then it's really hard to tell any negative sound effects because side effects, because 100%, you know, full stacks on steady hand is a lot. The reload is definitely slower. Do you see that? That alone might make me like the other one better. Ah! Don't you fucking punch me. God. And then they slam me in. You leave one guy alive, huh? Yeah, I mean, you could do anything really. Dark, steady hands. This build would work with any assault rifle, really. FAMAS, the TKB. I mean, all of them. Police M4, any of them. And so, really, what we're doing here is we're taking the CTAR's named version, the Rail Splitter, and we're saying, how good is it? Can we make it better? Can we create a season 11 build? And then can we make it better? Is there a better version that's not named? And yes. And so right now, so we know that there's a better version that's not named. So we know this, the regular CTAR with steady hands is better than the Rail Splitter. However, with the build, I mean, you could put on whatever assault rifle you wanted. You could run the Police M4. I mean, that's what's so great about Strikers, that it's pretty universal. And so steady hands, actually. Steady hands is very universal. It works with everything. That went well. Line him up, baby. Don't let him work on that shield, though, huh? But I am noticing that we're not getting to those top tier numbers, even though it looks like we're landing all of our shots. So we're gonna have to continue to test this version, right? We got a high land percentage there, and why I don't like that meter isn't full, because on the last build with the fast weapon handling, the 30%, we were maintaining it. And so I don't know if it's circumstantial yet. You know, but when we were at the last control point at Hope Hotel, I mean, the enemies were really spread out. That was we were running down the street to get them, you know? So I feel like where this one's a really tight, the enemies are like close in proximity to each other. So it should have been easier to maintain on this map.
Hostile broadcast detected.
And we only used the shotgun once on that, at the beginning of the second wave, at the last one. So, I mean, it could be really good news if we find out that we're better off with 2 pieces of hotshots on this 4-piece striker build. That'd be actually pretty a win for season 11. You know what I mean? Because right now we're not really in a season 11 build. We're comparing it to the season 11 build. So we need more data though. So let's run another control point and see if it's just circumstantial that we weren't able to do it. Dynamite Dookies. What up, man? Yeah, so that's what's cool. So both the talent, all right, so for those of you that are curious, the talent and the weapon, I'm sorry, the talent and the build are both universal. So you could play any assault rifle here, anyone. And so I can tell you what would be good because it would all be good. So the TK, the AK, the FAMAS, the P416, Police M4, they'd all work great with steady hands. And then this setup, you know, striker setup is pretty generic to almost any weapon. The Coyote 2. So it's a pretty generic setup that we have right here. We're playing into mostly the CTAR at the moment. So one of the things is, this is kind of ironic, right? But is that we could be killing the targets too fast so that we're not getting that's the reason we're not getting our stacks. Does that click with you guys? You know what I'm saying? So it was easier to get maintain our stacks in the last one because the enemies were taking more bullets, which is all we need to do to get our stacks. So hits. So they were taking more hits. But the reality is that I kind of doubt it because our time to kill was so fast on the last one. I mean, you saw what we did. I mean, we slaughtered them. It was a freaking slaughterhouse. You know, so I really don't think that's it because, we talk about the difference between time to kill on 2 builds that are already effective. You know, I don't think that's it. So it's either circumstantial that we didn't get our stacks up or we're missing a lot more shots and it's making a difference.
Detected. Nearby location. Go on.
Yeah, I think that's, Rodney, the chatterbox could really benefit from Striker. Because, so as you can see, we're running a weapon without a damage talent, and that's basically what the chatterbox is, right? It's all free reloads, I guess, and RPMs, which is amazing. I miss the chatterbox. I tried running it with Umbra. It didn't really feel great when we got that set. And that's the thing about the chatterbox. Like when it's not clicking, when you don't have your RPMs, it doesn't feel very good. Okay, so I'm gonna try to get my shotgun in the game as early as possible. So let's let them come to us.
Reinforcements incoming.
So we used our shotgun in the last one too, and I used it to about halfway to 3/4. Oh, double turrets up there. You see that shit? Okay, we're gonna have to break those turrets. You can barely see them.
Serious trauma detected.
I think I got it. Okay, this turret's kind of slowed us down a little bit. So let's get this out. Okay, there's a good one right there and stacking. Better heal up. So we got full stacks ish. Let's try to maintain them now.
Incoming hostiles detected.
93. Oh, I love that free reload. Feels like you got a giant mag. So the reloads could be playing a part into the reason why we're not getting as much stack too. So we had quite a bit faster reload with the last build. So it might be a collection of all those things: miss shots, reload. Kneecap kill right there. Somebody out there in the side pecking at me, and I can't see him. There he is. Oh, fuck you guys. God. Let's get out of the fire. I didn't even see a grenade icon. Okay, so we're double, full. I mean, I think I like the one better with. It's hard to believe. I think I like hotshots better. Crazy. That's crazy. It was really hard to get the full. I mean, we got to run the hotshots one again and see if it's. Maybe it was a fluke the other way. Maybe it was a fluke that I was maintaining it.
Supply room access unlocked.
Let's try that. You have to retry it, yeah. And socks and sandals, yeah. Don't Let's see here. Okay, we got everything we need. Okay, so we ran 2 with this, so let's flip it back because that's pretty curious to me. So this next one we're gonna be running around in circles a lot, so it'll be a good test on the hotshots one. And we had the extra weapon handling there on hotshots too, because we didn't have a better choice. It's a weird build. I'm telling you. It is a weird one. All right. Let's try this. All right. Yeah, so if you guys don't remember, yeah, the CTAR used to be a named used to have a different talent, and then when they updated all the gear, they changed some of the weapons, and it was one of the ones that changed. I don't know why either. I mean, so it used to have perfect measured. They took it away and gave us this. Well, 50% accuracy. But it was my favorite weapon when it had perfectly measured on it. It was nice. It was nice. Now it's the apartment, of course. But why not give us both? Actually, I think it would be cool to have that that additional rate of fire. Oh, here's a boss. So what is that one called that's got the additional rate of fire on it? We never use it. So got that, use that tank to stack up. Steady hands in legendary is actually pretty cool because you can use those objects, the big tech objects, to stack up. But with this weapon's RPM and base handling, it doesn't really have a big problem. stacking up. So that's why the shotgun seems to be a nice, just optional. See if that boss gave us anything interesting. Oh. Invisible hand. Yeah, that's what I was talking about. Thank you. Get the name of that. It looks cool on the surface, you know, but you put it on and it's like, oh, I don't really feel that. Weapon handling, I don't know. Of course it adds. RPM is definitely a DPS booster. Maybe just because it's not one of our favorite weapons. Okay, shotgun first. I'm gonna use it until I get a little bit closer to full. Should be close enough. Oh, oh. Oh, wasn't fast enough. Damn it! Jumped into the wrong closet. Oh, we'll go down there. Okay, forget it. I'm not gonna chase a guy around the block. I'm gonna stack up on him. How are they?
I'm coming for you.
See that reload right there? That feels good. Remember when you used to lose stacks for missing? Oh god, I'm glad they fixed that. Yep. I think this does a better job. Because this is a more difficult map. You see the angles that they make me run. Search them out. So let's continue. But then this, you know, you don't have to sweat it if you like the other one. just killing. You know, they both do good. Like with the other one, you do have more build options because you can get rid of the striker backpack. Decide to run a Memento as an example. God damn you. Well, it's not outperforms. I wouldn't necessarily say that. I'd say outstacks. So from a stacking perspective, it outperforms. And here's the deal. Reload. The one thing that Steady Hands doesn't bring that's a big deal is reload speed. So reload speed is one of the best ways to improve your DPS on a weapon that is already fast. And Steady Hands doesn't bring that. So that's also helping us stack faster because my reload is faster, or help us maintain our stacks better because my reload in between an enemy standing in front of me is faster, or something like that, you know. Not sure how it's exactly playing out, but that's one of the bigger differences. But it definitely helps me with my survivability. A 1.4 second reload is no joke.
Where did they go?
So there's a couple of consequences. So the other thing is, remember the contractors, we were running the contractors with the Coyote mask. So with the before, and so the damage to armor is definitely a plus. We weren't getting much else out of it. This is actually, we can actually increase our our damage. I just didn't have a better piece. So I would probably take off that weapon handling and put more crits there. The other part about it was that the Coyote mask was giving us 25% crit damage at close range. And so the other reason it wasn't performing as well from a stacking perspective is because it's possibly and likely that it was also killing faster. So you weren't putting out as many bullets. So it's likely a combination of all those things together. And then a little bit of circumstance thrown into the mix. So this one stacks better because it's got a faster reload and it's landing more shots. And then the other one's stacking worse because it's killing faster and landing less shots. And it's got a longer reload. So just saying it all in reverse. But they're both effective when it comes to a build that shreds. But for me, like if I were to choose between the two, I would actually probably go with this one because I like the faster reloads and landing more shots, but and making use out of that big old chest piece without having to always use my shotgun, which is going to make it a little bit more usable in legendary gameplay. But the other one, what it hosts is more possibilities in transformation of build. So if this one, because this one's requiring hot shots to take up 2 slots, the build it's done. Our only choices are basically how much armor do we want to run, you know? But if you run the other one, you can be like, well, let's get rid of the striker backpack, throw on the Memento, get some bonus armor, some steady weapon damage, fresh trophies, some skill efficiency, you know, let's put on the Picaro's holster. So you got more options, but with this one, we're stuck. This is it. This is the build. Backpack and chest. Because you don't want to put hot shots anywhere else besides one of these 4 pieces. It's all the same. But I like it like this. So it's different. It's season 11 and it's highly effective and unique. Actually, highly effective. We had great survivability because of what Hot Shots and Steady Hands is bringing together. However, you have builds that are equally high in survivability and do a really good job too. Like what I'm saying is, like, if you just put on the Memento with this and get rid of the Hot Shots and then throw on whatever, the Memento with the Picaro's holster, I mean, you got a good build, right? Let's throw that on real quick. Let's see how well we survive. Same thing, right? Let's just put that there. And we'll put on the Picaro's for more armor. That's what I'm doing there. All right, and then our fourth piece of striker, let's do for gloves. Boom. Let's make sure our stats are about the same, 49.93, so looking good. So where we are. So, because nothing requires crits. This doesn't require crits. This set doesn't require crits. The backpack doesn't require crits. Nothing requires crits. So this is nice. So we pick up some bonus armor. So that's 30% armor on kill in the form of bonus armor plus our 10%. And then the shield is, we get a lot more survivability, because remember, when your shield breaks, you're dead. So that was my number one worry, was my shield out there. So that's tier 4 shield. And then we're going to pick up 30% weapon damage. But more importantly, we're going to pick up fresh trophies. That's 5, 10, 15, 20% short-term buffs for 10 seconds, which we're definitely using because we're playing fast. And then the regen, 3% armor regen, stronger heals on top of that armor on kill, and bonus armor on kill. So it's all around, like, tons more survivability just by bringing that. Of course, we didn't start there because I'm trying to give us different looks than always the Memento, of course. And the season 11 element is, you know, something that I want to prioritize when I'm starting out a new build, to try to work that in. But let's play this. The truth is, though, season 11 aside, we gotta look at this, isolate the CTAR, because that's what this is about, right? Is the rail splitter better than the CTAR with steady hands? And the answer is no. So we've determined that. Now what's the best build for it? Well, there's 1,000 different directions you can go with it, but it's very interesting to play with those gloves. I was having fun. It felt great. It was effective and whatever. So, hey, G1, you still can't chat, bro? I'll look into that. Sorry, man. I've been pretty busy. I'll look into that. You might got caught by the bot. Sorry. I'll try to remember to do that tonight. I'm gonna be working on videos tonight, so I'll try to remember that. Except purple Solus. Well, you know, that's something. A purple CTAR, why not? No, it's all good, man. Yeah, sorry about that screening up front. So have you tried to, Countdown is a really good way to get assault rifles. I'm sure the DZ was busy yesterday. Everybody trying to get some exotics out of there. Assault rifles down here in this stronghold, but yeah, if I needed assault rifles, that's probably where I would go, is get a bunch real fast. There's a lot though, so you know what I mean, you're gonna have to play for a while. There's a lot of assault rifles, so it's gonna give you everything, right? CTAR really is good. It really is. I mean, we got a lot of good assault rifles in this game, truth be told, and SMGs technically, and so that's why dude, that's why we're still discovering weapons. That's why we're still discovering weapons. Notice we got our stacks already, basically. And it's because we got so many good ones on those classes. But, you know, we used that SMG-9 the other day. I mean, that's a really good one. And just like, how have I been playing this game for so long? And for me, just discovered that. Not that I didn't know it existed, but I've never run it, never tried it. And that's because we kind of get caught up in the metas of weapons, but that doesn't mean these other weapons aren't good and may be your favorites. You know, they may be your favorites. So keep that in mind. Like, just because it's not the meta doesn't mean it's not good. That's my point, really. This used to be a golden build for me, for sure. Give me that weak point, bro. Where we at? That felt really random. Okay. I mean, how many missed shots I had? It was pretty ugly, actually. So I do feel the benefits of that third piece. That hot shot. Definitely stronger shield here, though.
Rogue agent detected.
So where are we at now? 11? Feels great, though. I mean, this is a solid build. Shit, yeah. But why not, right? Why not? Good weapon. It's steady. Doesn't miss any shots. It's fast. It's fun. And the Memento keeps you going strong.
Hostile detected.
678 right there. We're not at full trophies. That's pretty good damage. So before I think we saw a high of like 700, a 770 or some shit. I'm sure we could have gone higher, but that's all I was tracking. Because 770 actually doesn't sound like a lot. So we're gonna have to go back in a test range to truly tell. I mean, CTAR is a lower base weapon damage, but I'd still expect to hit 1 million or close to it.
Incoming hostiles detected.
Let's switch to this for a sec. Oh, come on, I dropped my shield. You're next. It'd be cool if I can get the Memento in with 2-piece hotshot. That'd be so cool. I can feel the difference. I mean, obviously we're still getting it done, and on the damage side, but it wasn't really damage that we were worried about. You know, it really wasn't. It was about landing shots. That's the job at hand. Steady hands is definitely helping. He just becomes over the top with the hot shots. Fills in the gaps.
Heavily armored hostile detected.
Yeah, so that shouldn't have been a reload right there. We should have been able to clean him. Good though. Good. Definitely a good build. So that's another way to go. Like, you know, sacrifice some weapon handling. I would probably, this is what I would do. Okay, so and maybe we'll do it right now. Drop this. Bring in some more crits, and then add some accuracy mods. That's the next move.
Supply room access.
Yeah, I like the CTAR sound. You're right. Sounds kind of like a... It's a little deeper. Yeah. It does have one of the best sounds. You're right there. No, this is the CTAR. Yeah, I'm not a big fan of the F2000. It's not horrible. I mean, it's got Perfect Optimus, which is all right. I don't like the way it handles. I mean, that's a gun. Talk about a gun that needs 2 pieces of shit. We'll do that one in another build stream. That's a gun that needs his hotshot. If there's a gun that needs hotshot, it's the F2000. People are like, oh, it's the strongest gun in the game. It's not the strongest, but it's up there because of its perfect talent. But even though it's lacking a mod, but it just handles horribly. It's like, of course, everything's got its thing, right? So the CTAR's thing, okay, the CTAR's thing is that it can't take a scope. That's its thing. I mean, if you put a scope on this deal, oh, forget about it. Game over. 8x scope. Oh, that 30% bonus headshot damage. Okay, so let's see if we can find a Cheska around here. Or something. I could probably run these like a Cheska. There we go. Cheska armor. And then that's going to give me more crit chance. Not a lot, apparently. Where we at? 59, 105. I can back some down, so that's good. So what I'm going to do is put the Omega suppressor here. Top that out. And then up here, I'm going to add 10% accuracy. Cool. Lose a little bit of optimal range, but I don't care at this moment. Now we added an armor core, and that's just because that's all I have right here. Let me see if I don't have another chest. So, we're looking good everywhere else, though. So we're gonna be a little bit different, okay? Because we basically lost an armor core because we were running the Picaros before, but so it's a little less damage. Fuck you. Okay, but that's the build. That 20% from a Mega suppressor is actually a big deal. It's like I mean, I want you all to at least consider it as a standard mod for your assault rifle. It's a very good mod. And it's available basically on every weapon. CTAR burst first from Moss and Police M4. Personally, the Police M4 is better. FAMAS has the best DPS in the testing range. Most people go Police M4 because they perform better with it, which makes it the meta that way. And the CTAR is great from a DPS perspective too. It's just that it can't handle the scope, so it would be third in line from those. So at least the FAMAS can handle the scope. And I would put the CTAR better over the FAMAS if the CTAR could handle the scope. But the FAMAS has the worst handling of them all. So, which is why I've never been impressed by the FAMAS. And we've made builds for it that feel great, and I'm glad we did. But there's a reason why a lot of people don't run FAMAS. And I feel like a lot of people that do, most of them are the people that are really into power, but never notice that they're missing shots. Not literally, but a lot of PC players, right? So you'll see a lot of PC players using the FAMAS. Look at that tank. Okay, so we got better handling. So we're probably going to stack better than the last build. I think it is translating on the striker set. I really do. You see that free reload right there? Gave us that kill. bonus armor is great. If we only had a faster reload, it'd be perfect here. I like this better than the one we just ran. So it's better to go with the mods. Now the catch is, I'd probably still want to drop the armor, even though we're doing fine. I'd probably drop the armor down 1 to get a little bit more out of my mag. Great run. So, otherwise, I mean, a lot of this is very subjective, okay, what I'm about to say. So, I feel like the 30% handling one does do a good job because I can tell with my confidence and how many headshots I'm going for. And so, when we were running the 2-piece hot shots on the build, I found myself going for headshots more because of how tight my handling was to give me the confidence to do so in the moment. Where with this one, even though we added those mods, I see myself doing more center mass or upper torso, which is translating to a little slower time to kill and sometimes a reload. And so we eventually get the weapon handling to give me the confidence, but then we also cycle out of it very quickly, right? Because of our RPMs. You get what I'm saying? So when we get to like the upper 60s, probably, where like the handling is so tight I can start pulling into the head as I'm feeling it out in my grip and landing some of the shots and feeling good about my performance. The problem is that then we quickly cycle out of it because this gun is so fast, the RPMs. So where are we at right now? So 20, yeah, so it's cycled out of it. You see what I'm saying? So like, we'll get to the 100 stacks and then we'll clear it. So when the target's straight on, then you're gonna end up doing more headshots too. Oh my god, I'm getting shredded by that. Fuck. So far away. So far away that thing was. Here's a good test right here. Fun build. But yeah, I definitely recommend those mods. I can feel the improvement from the mods. So what we did is we added the Cheska down here so that we could take off our crit mods and add the stability and accuracy. I mean, is it 10% accuracy doing anything? Hard to say. But the 20% stability is nice. You can see that right on the stat page.
Supply room access unlocked.
You got a few spare RPGs you can loan me, Agent?
Yeah, the ultimate build, I gotta say, would be the 4-piece striker with the Memento and 2 pieces hot shot. Somehow getting that 30% weapon handling on there. I mean, we could try that and try removing all of our crits. That could be possible. Compensate, you know what I mean? So trade some things around. I mean, that's very possible. Let's try that. Let's go crazy. Let's go crazy. You know what I'm saying? So like, what I see is like, if we took off all our crits, it's, I mean, it's going to be hard to get to 30, but like 8, 16, 24, right? Yeah, 16, 24, 32 right there. So 4 pieces. And then drop an armor cord and pick up some damage that we lost because we're going to pull in crits. And then swing our mods back to crits. And then go pure weapon handling, because the reload thing was a big deal. So that's what I'm saying. Like, it'd be nice to get all of it. Let's try that. Let's go crazy. Let's go crazy. Okay, so I think actually I have one with weapon handling already right there. Let's do that, and then what do I got here? I can re-roll that one. You gone. Let's see, striker. Can I re-roll a striker glove? No. The chest? No. The mask? Yes. Okay, so there's 3. So, yep. So that's 3. I mean, it's not perfect, but it's something. If I have the gloves. Yeah, that's what people say, and I see that number, and I don't see it pan out. The backpack always work. I find more value out of the Memento in its long-term and short-term buffs. Plus the regen, and I mean, I would run, like, if somebody asked me, like, if you could only choose one, would you pick this striker backpack or the Memento backpack? I'd always 100% go Memento. Too much lost, too much lost. You get the short-term, long-term buffs, bonus armor regen. But it's a nice option. It's nice to have an option on the striker backpack. That's my favorite part about the striker backpack, is that it is an option. It is an option. I rarely run it though, so I'm always glad to be able to. I put it that way. What up, Phenomenal JD? Yeah, it came what did the castle come with season? I don't remember. Was it season 10 or season 11? I don't know. I don't remember. It's all blending together. It might have been season 11. We got the castle. Okay, so gloves. See if I can get a striker that I can re-roll. No. These, I think I already got these. Okay, so let's just re-roll these. See if I got a better chest. I do. Pull that one in. Okay, so then maybe I can bring back the Cheska. No, we can't. We need to get rid of one of these. A crit damage one, probably. Yeah. And then let's see if I can bring in... I don't know if I have a Cheska here. That would be ideal, though. I could make one. I could use that one if I needed to. Yeah, actually, there's one that's interesting right here because, let's see here. This one, because I can put the crit chance, take off the explosive resistance, or that one, perfect. So it brings more weapon handling, and then I can add crit chance also. That's actually interesting. Get it up. That gets us the full, all 4 pieces. And then we'll add another crit chance down here. So remember, we don't need to get to 60. We just need to get to about 50% of what our crit damage is, give or take. Add this to more crit chance. Oh, it was this season. Thanks, guys. I'm always forget. It's all blending together at this stage, right? Like, okay, so 40, 69. But now we're gonna be able to pull it up higher, so we can put this back to crit chance, and then that's crit chance, and then we can take this off and put it to crit chance. That should be too high on crit chance. 49, 69. So we can go one more to crit damage. There we go. 4381. Perfect. Perfect. Those are good stats. This looks good. This looks good. This will be interesting, guys. Really. It's like the best of both worlds. It's like, you know, let's look at our handling. So it started at 47, right? So that's about where we had. I think we had 45 with the Ninja Bike version. So that one brought 30 in. And so this is, we got, I think, so 8. So there's 16, there's 24, 32. So we gained 2% weapon handling this way without using the ninja. So then we pick up that damage short-term and long-term, plus the bonus armor. And we have the handling to stack and maintain. And this confirmed that. This could be cool. Dabba-dabba-doo. Yeah, that's pretty good one too, Solus. Yeah. I found that well, you can, I think we looked at that one and we determined that 2-piece of Heartbreaker isn't worth it, that you're better off. Everything else is nice though. What I would recommend is, so you run it, everything's the same, right? As you see here. So 1 ninja bike, 3 pieces of striker. This is what I implore you to do, okay? And then instead of 2 pieces of Heartbreaker, put 1 piece of Hotshot and double your handling. Okay, double your handling. And then instead of, and on your other piece, just one piece of Heartbreaker. You see? You get the same benefits, but twice the handling. So you're still getting your 15% assault rifle damage, but you're getting twice the handling by doing that, 30%. So go 3 striker, 1 Heartbreaker, 1 hot shots, and you'll do better on that. Otherwise, I would also recommend not running Heartbreaker and run a Fenris there instead and pick up 10% assault rifle damage and get the, I think it's 20% reload speed. And reload speed on assault rifles is pretty sick. It's a good thing. So that's another way to do it. Or at that stage, you might want to consider armor on kill or something too. It's another thing to look at. But yeah, try that. So even away, you just take your same setup and just keep everything the same. Add 1 hot shot, and you got the same concept, same exact concept, plus 15 more handling. Okay, so we're gonna start with this. I'm gonna come running in here like mad dogs. It should be very interesting, actually. It should work lovely. Most people, again, are afraid to re-roll, or don't think about re-rolling that overkill, and Striker brings a lot of overkill to the table. That's its benefit. That's its thing. That's what it does good. It doesn't have any survivability. It brings you all the damage you need and then some.
Incoming hostiles detected.
Ah, shit. Ah, we had that. Too many angles on me.
Agent.
to get those turrets beating on your back from far away. Ugh. Oh, which pattern on the Sitar, Grumpy? I don't know. I'll take a look. Imprint. It's like the walnut, isn't it? I don't know why I have imprint on there, but it's cool. But the walnut, the one that's, you can put the walnut once you get the honeycomb fraction. I like the solid black. It's one of my favorites to use. I know it's kind of boring, but where is your solid black? There it is, solid black. I like that. It's kind of boring, but I like getting my character looking like a rogue sometimes, and that's a cool skin to run. Behind me? Okay, this control point's gonna be all over the place. Should have snuck in the back door. It's my reload. 1.4, nice, right where we want it. Ah, damn, shooting around corners. Respect the corners, game. Respect the corners. Yeah, that felt great. Yeah. What's my stacks? 99. Yeah, that felt right. Fucking turrets, huh? Look at these guys getting at me at that fucking angle is ridiculous. They always do it too. Come on, give me a fight, guys. Those damage numbers, that's without trophies. The forever burn. Forever burn grenades. 2-hour burn on those fucking grenades. Look at that shit. Damage is looking good, right? No crits, 659. I mean, we low crit damage, 659. Oh, beast. So I'm watching my shield there. That's what I'm doing. My biggest worry is my shield, because that is your weak point, really. Who's paying you to make me miss, game? Somebody got away. It irritates me. 'Cause that's the guy that's gonna be shooting me in the back the whole time. It always is. The one guy that gets away is the one that's wailing on your back.
Heavily armored hostile detected.
Holy shit, right? You see those shots landed?
Immediate medical assistance needed.
Oh, the mag kicked in there. You see that? Perfect timing. And that right there is like the use case. Perfect use case. You had to auto reload. Oh, it was beautiful. The auto reload kicked in on that boss. That alone makes it better than this than the rail splitter. That's the nice little kicker to it. So you're doubling your handling. Steady hands. Negative flux, what up? Armor, calming, breakable. Stop with the junk gear. Yeah, so here's the build. So this is basically a Cheska. It's just what I had, but the weapon handling. So we added. So this is like this is basically a hybrid of where we started, right? And a lot of what's enabling us to do this is shots on, and then being able to maintain it with the CTAR, even though we got this high number of stacks required to fulfill this chest's capabilities. And so this all starts, if you're just not joining us, this all starts with the named CTAR, the rail splitter. We're wondering, can we make a build for season 11 with it? And then is there a better non-named CTAR if we pair it up with the right talent than perfect accurate? And that's where we decided steady hands. And that seems to be the way to go. It's better than the rail splitter. CTAR with steady hands. Everything else is the same. And then staying on theme, we were weapon handling up. And so we've balanced in weapon handling with all the damage we're receiving. And then we started with 2-piece hot shots and the ninja bike. Oh, we started with the ninja bike and 1-piece hot shots. And then we realized, well, that's not adding too much value. Let's just put on 2-piece hot shots with a 4-piece striker. And that was great. And there's no need to continue to build from there, really. That was a build all on its own, and I like it. But this is a hybrid of the concepts because I also like bringing in the Memento for all of what it does, of course. And so what we'll do in a minute, okay, is let's run one more control point. And so this is what's important if you're looking, if you're interested in this build, is meeting this handling stat, okay? So that's the key stat. That 47% weapon handling, because that's what we did, is we added weapon handling everywhere. We took off crits so that we could add weapon handling. And that's the point of the build. High stacks, high accuracy, hits matter. And let's prove that. Landing shots matters. First landing shots, then damage, right? Like when you're looking at builds. And there's a balance there. Right, so we don't expect perfection.
Hostiles guarding location nearby.
So I think the next version is going to be, let's strip off the Memento backpack, add the Striker backpack, and see if we like that version better. And then we could put on like the Coyote's mask or whatever else we want to. But we're playing so much into the short-term buffs. My prediction is usually, I personally wouldn't like that, because I mean, if we were never getting short-term buffs and it was just like, oh, well, yeah, you can go either way. It's a tie. But because we're getting those short-term buffs, I mean, how many times does that bonus armor save me? Even if I wasn't running around so much, the regen from the Memento is a big deal on a build that's only got 10% armor on kill from Gunner. But you can make do with that. You can, and we proved that you can. Okay, so one more with this build, and then we're gonna modify it.
Opening fire!
Reinforcements en route.
So the idea here is to really try not to use your shotgun too much, but get your stacks to a good place and then switch over permanently to your CTAR. Really. And it's fast enough and accurate enough to maintain those stacks. All right, so that should be good. We can find somebody to kill. Who the fuck are they? Oh, there's one. It's kind of foggy, huh? How the stacks degraded really fast. Like, just put that shotgun away. Gotta always be shooting something with that thing. That chest piece, huh? Fuck. Oof, they almost got us there. I mean, right there, right? I mean, those shots landed and adding up to something. I mean, that's a saving my life. Like, just not missing as much at that distance. Oh, there's that free reload. We love it. God, they like blending into the background. Low contrast. Fast reload helped us there. God damn her. Yeah, that felt good. Fucking riot foamers. Chest is in a good place. Chest stacks. That was pretty good. Damage and survivability. It's weird. Weapon handling is technically a damage thing. Right? But, of course, it's also survivability. It's interesting how it definitely adds to both, though, I gotta say. Come on, guys. Come on down. I'm ready for you. I'm ready for yous. I like when they get all ninja on me like that. Thought that was a convoy. That was a waste of time. Tupac, what up, man? Yeah, the build start. Yeah, we're using the. You don't have to use the CTAR. It's just that Archer. It's just that the concept where we started with is that we were proving out the rail splitter, which is the named CTAR. So, but you don't have to use a CTAR. However, you would with this concept. It is kind of RPM based, and what I mean is like not using the shotgun that much. And so you can need the RPMs and the accuracy. So we're gonna want to lean down that road. God damn this guy. So yeah, because I'm really trying to minimize the use of the shotgun. And so what plays into that is both RPMs and accuracy. God damn it. That was annoying.
Heavily armored hostile detected.
Kind of annoying. If status effects wasn't annoying enough, then you get like the status effects from breaking their weak point, just to double annoy you. These guys are hard to see today. Great smoker in the house. Chevy Muscle. What's up, man? Yeah, I do. Actually, the GR9 with steady hands is one of my favorite combos for assault rifle. I'm sorry, LMGs. We went through LMGs a while back and did like this full analysis on them, and one of the builds we highlighted was the Stoner with steady hands.
Supply room access unlocked.
And then when the GR9 came out, yeah, that's right where I went. The steady hands. After we highlighted the Dare, of course. Because I'm not a big fan of the Bullet King, so that's one of the things we were looking at. God, I've really never put a build together for that thing. I wish I could. It's a good-looking gun. Gold. It's an exotic. It's just like the only time I've ever used it is an Iron Horse raid. And I'm all for putting together some fun builds, but I don't know. I have to put it back on to figure out exactly what I don't like about it. Besides, it's low power. It's obvious low power. I think it might be the handling on top of it. It's just like, yeah, you know, low power, poor handling, but you got unlimited reload, so it's just a suppression weapon. And maybe that's why too. You're always suppressing the enemy. That can get annoying. So fun build here. Now let's flip it a little bit by taking off the Memento. And we were playing without the Memento earlier with this setup, and it was great. And so let's run that version 2. And again, it's a crossover of the 4-piece. I'm sorry, the 2-piece hotshots concept. So that's what we're playing with here. So then I guess, so you got but we could take off the chest on this one, but I want to keep that. So these all have weapon handling. So we're at 57%, 47%. So if I change the mask, I'm gonna lose that. I guess it's okay. See if we even notice. You know what I could do is I'll put it back on the gun. So I'll put the 5%. So it's not all of it, but some of it. There we go. And then where's that put us? 50, 93. That's perfect, right? So, because we're going to get 10% crit chance, 10% crit damage, or 25% crit damage. So I think we're good to go. Yeah, so apologies. I meant to get a build video out this morning, and I got wrapped up and into editing and still not done with it. So I'm gonna work on it tonight. So I'll try to get that to you guys tomorrow. I wanted to get something out for the weekend. So, and then tomorrow we do have the Saturday night stream. So looking forward to that. Okay, so let's see if we can maybe push up and start up close with this one. Since we're basically at peak performance from the get-go. So we'll have to keep an eye on our shield a little bit more, because it'll be more vulnerable. Thank you for that. Thank you for blinding me.
Reinforcements incoming.
There we go. Shield goes down pretty easy. That's a 2-tier shield too. Thanks for the fire, fuckers. Can't do anything. God. I mean, you can't climb, you can't... The fact that they can get me down here, I mean, in that angle that they're playing, is incredible. You know? If we don't get full stacks here, I don't know what to tell you guys. They tell me that the build is very inefficient from a damage perspective. You understand? You have more damage than you can use. That's what that means. We barely got the full stacks. The enemies aren't on their feet long enough for you to get your stacks. Let's see if we can maintain. I mean, you can cure that with the shotgun a little bit, so... But my strategy here is not really to switch weapons and lose my benefits. And you wouldn't want to if you're running something like Killer or whatever, because... So that's where, you know, you have to be careful with your striker builds. Because if you use a shotgun and you got Killer activated or something, then you're wasting your talent. But so far so good. We're maintaining, so that's good. Once we earned it, can we maintain it? That's really what we're looking for. Because we don't mind using the shotgun at first.
Civilians in distress.
So did we maintain all of our handling? Yeah, we did, right? We used all 4. I think we did. Still full. Thanks for that.
Medical assistance needed.
Where'd he go? Yeah, we maintained. Yes, that's good. That's good. Cool. All right, cool. Yeah, so that's a great version. That's a great version. Let's see where our handling was on this one. So basically the same. Down 3. So basically the same. So with and without Memento, you can go just with your preference. That one probably had less fluctuations on time to kill. This one, it's pretty flat. Besides the chest piece, right? Like, the chest piece is the only variable on this build, which makes the backpack a variable too. You guys get that, right? So the strikers gamble risk management that increases based off of the chest stacks. So it inherently is a variable, but that's all right. I think I'm wondering if we. I think there's room to add another armor core. So your shield and your back are obviously your weak points. But your time to kill is great and allowed us to do what we did. But you got to remember, okay, you got to remember about this. This is like the warning label on any build in the Division 2, okay? It's not the build, it's the player. And so I'm not saying like I'm God or anything like that. But like what I'm saying is that a lot of that success is because I knew where to go, you know? I knew that we have one control point, spawn point there, one spawn point there, another spawn point there. And so when I heard new spawn, I knew to scan it to see where, or at least look at my mini map to see which door they were coming so I could meet them head on. And that's coming because a part of earned experience too is that I'm confident with the build, knowing that I'm going to land my shots and kill them quickly, which is also experience, right? So, and anybody can earn this type of experience. I'm not special. And so, but what I'm saying is that if you didn't have the experience on this particular control point or comfort with your build and you're still figuring that stuff out, then that what I was doing might have been harder to do for you. You would have been taking more incoming damage, which this build is very sensitive to. That's my point. It's sensitive. This is a shoot first, kill first build. Even when you're playing from cover. So if I would have walked up here, and so notice I started the fight up there. Very important that I started the fight up there versus starting it down here, because down here, you start the fight down here and you kick it off, they're going to set up their turrets. You can be pinned down. Even if you're playing from cover is my point. Even if you're playing from cover, you're going to be using armor kits, you know? You'll be using armor kits. Nothing wrong with that. I'm just saying that like it's not the build as much as it's the player, and the build kind of enhances your gameplay. So if you're going to run this build, you do want to play fast, and that can get you killed if you're not ready to play fast. So you got to think about that and take these builds. So there's nothing wrong with adding weapon handling and crits and running a red build with 1.1 million armor. There's nothing wrong with that. But you're gonna want to pick your approach differently, and don't just start running out there because a lot of that running out there and surviving is me shooting first, and being able to shoot first means I was standing in the right place. So, which meant I was anticipating because this game goes quite quickly. And then there's very few times I got shot in the back. Thank goodness. Because I've been toast. I can't handle, this build can't handle shots in the back. The Memento can, because you at least get bonus armor. And so, you know, all I gotta do is kill this guy, and I'll get bonus armor, and then I'll get, and the shield can't even take damage on this one. So keep that in mind. Which is fine, you just gotta, there's nothing wrong with that. It's no different than any build, right? From that perspective. It's just talk about different levels of survivability and how to accommodate for it, really. It's great against turrets, though, huh? I mean, see how fast they run? I mean, what's our RPMs? 1,035 RPM, crazy weapon handling weapon can't catch these guys when they're running? You know? It's ridiculous. Slow these guys down, man. That's what that shock ammo is gonna do. Believe it or not. That's what that shock ammo is gonna bring to the game. So look at how many stacks we got. Fabulous. We didn't even use a shotgun. That was all done at range, too. It was all done at range. So this is a good build. I think it's even a smarter build than your average striker because it's making use of your overkill by rolling it to handling. I mean, you can go other ways, too. Remember, weapon handling is damage. Where'd it go? Oh, this guy, huh? Of course he lands his perfect fucking shot. I got you, bro. We love those big fat targets. Easy stacks. A fucking medic. Yeah, so you gotta have a fast time to kill, ultimately, because you got no stagger, and they're still shooting at you, even though you're wailing on them. It's annoying. See, I'm anticipating, right?
Detecting additional hostile contacts.
So that's why I fought my way back here as fast as possible, because I knew it's going to be one of two spawns. Sometimes it depends on where you're standing, too. That gave me first kill, first shot advantage. Hold fucking still, dude. Run, reload. God, my guy's so slow. I'm impressed by the handling. Be honest with you, it feels really good. I love landing shots. It's such an obvious thing to say. It's almost a meme. I love landing shots. Don't we all, Captain Obvious? It's a Captain Obvious thing.
By hostiles. Heavily armored hostile detected.
Got a weak point right there.
Securing the position now.
I mean, I like this one because we're not using a Memento. Just for that fact. Even though the Memento adds more survivability. But this is a... You know, like I said, in the spirit of not running a Memento, just for that spirit alone. Because the Memento makes every build a little bit amazing. But like I said, if these gear sets have a usable backpack, it really opens up the game for us. And not every gear set does. You know what I mean? Like there's some gear sets that just really don't have a usable backpack. But they've been doing a better job lately of making that all possible. I mean, the Hot Shots backpack, it's all right. We found some really cool builds for it. This one's obviously got a usable backpack. Heartbreaker's backpack is amazing. It's hard not to use. It's a very good backpack. Umbra's backpack's pretty damn good too.
Broadcast detected.
What up, Zircon? We splitting wigs. You dig? So yeah, I started working on volume 11 last night too, as I was building out this build video of the gamers music playlists that I do. There's a couple of tracks on there that are just headbangers, man. You guys are gonna love them. A little bit different than what I've done in the past, but oh, some banging tracks in there. Just like, yeah, kind of just some addictive hooks in them. Like really addictive. Where you get, you know, the kind of song where you put on repeat over and over and over again, like, and kick it off strong. I have to try to put out these playlists at a pretty decent rate because I listen to them more than you guys do, right? Because of my streaming and gaming and video making, and so if I don't freshen them up, I drive myself crazy. Yeah, so I mean, I've got such a stack of videos. I really gotta, you know, bunker down, and of course it's the streaming that gets in the way to some degree, right? But I love streaming. Streaming's easier too, because there's no editing, and editing takes a long time, and I can't engage while I'm editing with the community, and so that's why streams are really important for me, is because that's where we all come together. And it's not always about me talking to you, but I really appreciate when you guys are kicking back and making friends with each other, and or just, you know, random chatting or whatever's going on. And so that's you know, where we want to be. That's where we want to grow, is just kind of be that central hub for the entire community and make our community, and then be inviting to more people to join our community, you know, so that it can be just like a really positive place. And it's not always so positive world, even within the Division universe, right? Not always positive. Oops. I don't know which button to hit. Sorry, screwed that up. Okay, I want to test this out and one more control point because it's a pretty cool build. Though this might be the one I'd roll with, actually. Oh, you fuckers. It feels like shit. You'll love from that. God, they always go back there. Always. God, I feel like we stack better with the CTAR. I mean, I'm used to shotgun, and like I feel like I come out of it with like not that many stacks. Get out of here, dude. Don't need any additional members to this party. Look, another guy back there. Damn it. They love it. Yeah. I mean, definitely at range. Oh, God, there's a medic back there. Oh, yeah, that reload saved us there. There goes my fucking shield.
Serious trauma.
God, quit coming back here, man. Fucking bots, huh? The turret's wailing on me from back there. Fucking amazing accuracy. God, I wish we could run a scope on this. I would totally run the 8x scope. That would like take it to the next tier with that 30%. It's just easy damage when you're getting this many headshots in there.
Incoming hostiles detected.
Fuck you. That fucking angle. Woo! Get her done.
Detecting additional hostile contacts.
Yeah. We're stacking. I honestly feel like we stack better with the CTAR. Because we could start at longer ranges. Stacking. That's the only reason why. The accuracy right there. Sick. Oof.
Immediate medical assistance needed. Heavily armored hostiles detected.
See that running? I mean, I can't outrun this guy. I'll shoot his speeds. Fuck. Our shield can't take shit. You see what I mean? That's what I mean by like advanced gameplay. Or you gotta cool it, right? And play deeper. Because, I mean, your shield just can't take shit for damage.
Coming for you, motherfucker!
That don't got a ton of ammo here. Okay, that's way far away.
Intruder! Open heart! Not close enough!
Yeah, I think this is how I'd run the build. I mean, you're gonna get more survivability out of the Memento, so if that's what you're looking for, then go for it. But I like the uniqueness of this one. We don't get to run the backpack very often, and it's playing out really well. I wonder about the Coyote mask, though. Do you have a better use case than the Coyote? I mean, we don't have a lot of crits, so it's helping on that end. But would we, with the shield as our option, is our problem? I am wondering whether the Picard's holster, it would be better for us. They're both gonna work. You know what I mean? God damn that thing. I hate that thing. I hate that thing.
Detected.
I literally hate playing that thing. I don't want to fight it. Ugh.
Agent killed.
So annoying. Yeah, that's a good point, Fix. The weapon swap speed too. Yeah, for sure. Yeah, the reload speed. We talked about the reload speed a lot being a big contributor to, and we talked about how, or if you guys missed that, that the faster the weapon, the more important your reload speed is going to be. I thought it felt a little slower, 1.5 seconds. Thought it felt a little slower. So we got it down to 1.4 earlier, but this is fine, I guess. And if that's what made the original builds feel so great, it was like, oh, wham, wham. We just, you don't even notice the reload at 1.4 seconds. It's so fast. And then you get the free reload every now and again. And so the only thing I'm wondering is, I mean, so we would be better off with a true Cheska here. You're going to get 4% more crit chance. And that's something, right? And then, but I would want to keep the weapon handling there. What's my other striker chest say? Yeah, that's kind of, yeah, the same. So the only thing I'm a question with, like, is could we be better off with something else than the Coyote? So the way to, what I'm looking for is probably to increase our survivability a little bit. And so let's just try it one or two control points. See if it's a better way to go. So kind of, ooh, weapon handling. Let's see. Ooh. Let's see. And then I can put the crit back on the gun. Yeah. Put the crit chance back here. That should be the same, right? 47, yeah. So that pushes us down to 1.4 again. That's better. Is that 2% would kept us on the edge of our time there. Let me get one more of these open. Yeah, that drone is so relentless and it's annoying. It does, and I never get good rewards from it. That's the worst part. Like, what do you guys think about this gun, the M700? Does anybody like it? Should I keep it? Somebody asked me that question. Somebody was like, why the SAS over the M700? I was like, like, why not? Am I missing something? So, 627. So from a base, it looks like the M7 might be higher. Yeah, it's a little bit higher. The RPM 62. The RPM 69. So you got more RPM here, and you get a larger, possibly a larger mag. 7 on that one. What's the base off of this one? 7. So it's the same. So we'd have to look at it. They're very close. This one's got a higher damage, full set of mods. Let me keep that. But does anybody know? Anybody like this weapon? See if it's got the full set of mods. So you can put on stability. Good. It looks good. I like the way it looks. Looks tactical. So accuracy, we can put stability here. So that's good. And then we go that way. And then I usually go like this. Oh, we're not running that. So we'd want the weapon handling version. Nope. We want the red dot. RDS. So yeah, it could take the same mods. It's a little bit higher damage, a little slower weapon. So I don't know. I'd have to try it out to see if I liked it. Is it middle of the road? I mean, so the SRS is sort of middle of the road too. It's got a faster reload though, doesn't it? That's a big deal. 1.9 to 2.1. When we're running and gunning with determined, that a little bit matters. And about the same in handling. The M700 has got the same damage drop off. So the only thing I can tell is it's the reload speed changes. and besides the damage, but it is a lot stronger. Yeah, it's worth the test. It's gonna come down to the handling for me though, because that's the whole point. It's like, I don't need a strong weapon. We're one-shot killing everything. So even with stability and headshot damage, so it really didn't matter. Go with whatever. We're talking about the build that's pinned to the chat, by the way. Yeah, the stability is high. Yeah, on both of them. Good point. So there might be a difference with a different build. Would I strip this one down? Put this one back, but actually, yeah. Let's go test. Let's go get our gear and then test. There's a assault rifle. I mean, MMR's upstairs, up north. I mean, upstairs. Same thing, right? Up north. Look at it. It just smells me. This thing. It's like really good at locating me, and I don't like that. Another M700 tactical. Ooh, what the turn it? Turn my that one too. Get away from me, you dumb thing! Don't catch me on fire. Gotta delete something. Hold on. It's like it's getting me. I mean, come on, man.
Vital signs critical.
Okay. Jesus, right? Give me a break. All right, let's go up north because there's assault rifles up here. Oh, really? I've never used a scorpion on that thing. That's so troll. That's so trolling the marauder, though. Look at it, kill you with the shotgun. That's definitely a trolling move. You can do what you gotta do though, huh? Thanks, Larry. It used to be meta, huh? The reload sucks though, Firebird says, huh? I'm gonna have to try that. I've always been the reason why I went SRS originally was the covert was because I'm a big fan of the Mantis actually. I think the Mantis is a really good weapon. So we'll hold on to those. Actually, I'm gonna take the other one back. Stabilities, yeah. So the covert is what my favorite here. The difference really between it and the SRS is I noticed it's the mod because of the barrel length. But I think, I mean, it's really hard to tell, but you would think because you got a shorter barrel that your enemy would be able to acquire, you'd be able to acquire targets faster. But hard to measure that. And I don't know if the devs thought that deep into it. But yeah, I would like a better one of these too. Okay. So further testing on the build that we're at. Remember, we're at the 47% weapon swap speed, so that or weapon handling. That's what we're looking for there. And then we got our 1.4 seconds there. And then crit wise, we're at 49.81, a little high on the crits, but cool. So we just took off the Coyote, so we haven't tested this version, right? But the idea is, are we going to get more utility out of this extra armor core, pushing that into a tier 3 shield, which is really our biggest threat. And the reason why is because we can't take damage. And so when your shield goes, you go. Not literally, not every time, but if your shield does go, it sucks, right? You're dizzy and can't do anything. You can't jump.
Detecting additional hostile contacts.
Come here, you little fuckers. Yeah, so the shock ammo is going to cut out that bullshit what you just saw there, right? See how he's moving and I'm missing simply because he's moving, and I'm tracking him with my gun, but for some reason you're just missing a lot. It's just like, what? Not that hard of a target. My aim isn't that bad, you know? They just get him to move fast and funny, and that shock is a weapon handling attribute. It's a really good one too. So even if it holds them for a split second, that's enough to land the shots that you need. That's what I've noticed in the gameplay with that. And you know, when the enemies are running around what seems like so fast, I mean, that's the kind of edge that you need to counter that. Because I mean, I know that you PC people might have a little better handle on that because you can whip your mouse across the screen very fast. We can't do that. I mean, this is as fast as I can go. That's as fast as I can go. And that's how you could tell when you're on watching a PC player or a console player, is that PC can go from there to there and like so fast you didn't even see it happen. Right? And so that helps in those scenarios. And for us, it's just like, I'm just trying to shoot him while he's running and I can't move fast enough. He's running faster than I can move my camera. And so you can adjust your camera speeds, but then you start under and overshooting on your target, and that sucks too. That's not a win. Like right there, right? Like I can't catch her, she's running so fast. And it's not that I'm missing every shot, but the high degree of misses is ridiculous. She's out of cover. It's crazy. Dude. Their accuracy is amazing, by the way. Oh god, that sucks. I'm bleeding out, I'm bleeding out, I'm bleeding out. So that memento would be nice. It's not always damage that you need, huh? Oh my, I just fucking killed one. Ah. Oh. I hate lawnmowers. The only game where lawnmowers are a threat, huh? Give me that weak point, bro. There it is. Because we want in that door. Now they're trapped in basically a furnace, huh? See, I'm well on my shield. Fuckers. And that's what it takes to survive in the Division 2. It really does. Like a lot of builds, you got to get in there, man. You know? I don't know. You guys ever notice that? I mean, you might not be there yet with your gameplay, but what I've learned is like the more aggressive you are, the more survivability you have. Until you don't. Until you don't. You're like, what? What does that mean? I know. I know. No, well, I mean, obviously, what I'm really talking about is spawn killing. It's like, it really does add a lot of survivability. So yeah, that is my whole objective, is to get to those doors. Or at least a line of sight on where they're spawning from. are you, dude? Come on. God damn, I knew that was gonna happen. Missed one guy, and that's why I died. So annoying. That's true, Lou. Everything they do. And that's what I'm saying, like, that's why they need to, like, give us an edge every now, throw us a bone every now and again, you know what I mean? That's why it's like, I mean, that's why I was like, my point about determined, like, even with determined, I have an enemy standing right in front of me and I miss my whole mag. And he's standing there like 5 meters away and my whole mag is a miss, right? And it's just like, how is that even possible? And it's because there's dumb little things in this game that we cannot counter. We can't counter them. They didn't give us the ability to counter it. One of those being body flinch. You know, and so like if I'm taking damage, even if there's a target standing immediately in front of me and I'm trying to shoot him in the chest with a weapon that can one-shot kill him, I miss my whole mag and he's standing like right there, you know? And it's just like, why, how? And that's body flinch and I have no counter to that except don't get shot, which apparently in this game is not possible. You're always taking damage in this game. No, but that's why I think Determined didn't need a... God damn. I still can't fucking... Yeah. Jesus Christ. And then they got those sideways movements, which apparently... I might as well just kill myself, I guess. Yeah.
Agent killed.
And so, like, I mean, there's two sides to the coin. I mean, I like a little bit of reality to a game, I mean, as much as we can, right? Until it's not fun that way. But like, for example, yes, I expect to miss shots. I expect to have reasonable accuracy, not the best accuracy in the game. I mean, in the planet, like. Because in the real world, you do miss shots, right? And you can't whip your camera from left to right. That doesn't exist in the real world, military or fighting situations. And, you know, this isn't the real world, obviously. Enemies can't walk through fire and take 1,000,000 bullets either. But my point is, like, I don't mind not having perfect accuracy. I don't. Like, that's sort of where I kind of wonder, and I don't have the perspective on this, but like, I kind of wonder, doesn't that kind of accuracy or camera movement kind of, is that really adding fun or is it kind of taking it away? Is it kind of like having a cheat, you know? It's not cheating, it's the way it is, but. Because I turn off aim assist, console players have aim assist, and it doesn't help, but that's why. It actually takes away your aim. No, it helps a little bit, but it doesn't help on headshot builds because it chooses bodies many, many times. But I always wonder, it's like, I don't know, isn't it more... I know it's frustrating. I mean, if I could land 100% of my shots, I'd want to at least do it for a while, you know? So don't get me wrong. Like, I would love to land all my shots. But not being a PC player myself, I kind of wonder, you know, if it's taking away or adding to my experience. Some games it's neutral, right? It doesn't matter. Which is why I don't PC for the most part, because I could, besides not wanting to start a whole character. And it's not that I don't PC game, it's just that I don't do shooters on PC. And so, like, and I never have. Like, all my shooters have always been, have I ever done a shooter on PC? I mean, I think the original Call of Duty, I think I played on PC, but not entirely. and eventually went over to Xbox. Rainbow, I think I always did on console. But I like lots of other games on PC, like mostly strategy games. How old's your granddaughter, Flux? I got a 7-year-old and a 10-year-old, and they're both into gaming. Actually, they're gamer girls. Way different games than I play, though. My youngest one is a game genius. Holy shit! Like she got so. Oh, I should probably not cuss if there's a kid watching. She got so good at games. I was amazed. So I used to, you know how kids just love iPhones, right? They just love iPhones, love them. And so, you know, of course, we're always giving our kids our iPhones when they were little to play. They're not so much anymore. But I had the Star Wars Lego game on there, and I would let her play it and whatever. And one day I started paying attention to her as she was playing it. I was like, oh my God, she's a Jedi. At this Lego Star Wars, like literally a Jedi. She had it all figured out, and she was like 4. She was like 4 years old. She had the whole game figured out. She was opening shit, using the Force to deconstruct things, and sometimes she couldn't even talk. I mean, she could barely talk, right? Like, it was just like, what's going on? It's amazing, right? Amazing. And she's still really good at games. She's like really good. She's a natural. Kind of an introvert. Accelerates at a lot of things. And then my other one does games too. And hers, she got really into what's it called? It's a there's like a boyfriend and a girlfriend. It's kind of like, oh, what is that game called? I can't remember now. She plays it all the time. It's like there's notes and you got to hit them with your fingers or your keyboard if you're playing on PC. It's like rapping, but not with real words. It's like it's like sounds. What is that called? Anybody know what I'm talking about? Savage Killer, what up, man? And it's crazy. So it's kind of like Guitar Hero. You know, when you see the note, you're supposed to hit it. What's this? I gotta look this up. Because I can't believe I don't remember the name. I've seen this game like a bazillion times. It's you're like rap battling.
Detected. Nearby location. Guarded by hostiles.
And let's see, what is it called? It's kind of got a catchy name to it. It's scatting. Well, it's not really scatting. They're like beep, bop, beep, 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 beep. They're just using noises like almost. It's like being done by a keyboard. Like the reality is, whatever the sound it is being made by a keyboard. And there's like a girlfriend in the background. There's a whole. Oh yeah, Friday Night Funkin'. That's it. Friday Night Funkin'. You guys know this game? Friday Night Funkin'? I don't know, but she's hooked. My older one is hooked on that, and she's a master at it. Like, if you see her play it, you'd be like, what is going on? Like, it's like so crazy fast. It's very fast. Obviously, as you advance. It's like Guitar Hero concept. Like, the notes go faster and faster and faster the more advanced you are. So right now we're just checking out that Picaro's holster, and I mean it's not going to be a game changer apparently. I guess I shouldn't expect it to, but for that reason, might want the the Coyotes. Maybe it's neutral. I don't know. We're obviously still successful here. Regardless of the pain in the ass they are. I can't go up this. Exotic. Interesting where we started and where we ended, huh?
Heavily armed hostiles guarding location nearby. Incoming hostiles detected.
We started with the rail space. It's interesting that, you know, I'm glad we did this because to be honest with you, I'm a big fan of the rail splitter. And so I myself learned something today too, which I always do. I'm always learning something. For all these years. If that fucking grenade hits me, okay. But yeah, I mean, I just learned that steady hands, first of all, is an amazing talent all around. We know that. But yeah, it's better than the rail splitter. C-tar with steady hands. So there you go. You don't need the rail splitter. It's a trophy gun now. Somebody inside the house, apparently, huh?
Detected. Location guarded by
Okay.
heavily armed hostiles.
You back. There's another one. Is he gonna juke me? Is he gonna juke me? No. He's usually pretty good at getting you to miss your shots, getting you into a reload situation, and then he blows you up when you're reloading, right?
Armored hostile detected.
Does that ever happen to you? You ever get hugged by the hugger?
Casualty.
I thought you were sneaky, huh? So, I mean, obviously we're getting no value out of the Picaro's holster when we're not taking damage, which is what we're experiencing right now. So, because the idea was to help with the shield. And so if we're not, then, you know... Oh! Oof. That guy sucks as usual, huh? He's like one of the worst bosses if you think about it. That shock ammo really sucks. That's true, the little gas tanks. It would be cool, actually. I don't know if this was a dream, but I was thinking like, it'd be cool to strap on one of those suicide vests too. Oh no, we were talking about that the other day. Like, what would be some cool things to add? And somebody mentioned claymores in the game. And I was like, yeah, we could strap it to our chest. That'd be cool, you know? Shoot this. It's the Nemesis. I was just saying, I rarely, if ever, remember the Nemesis dropping in the open world. There it is. I was trying to remember if I ever seen the Nemesis drop in the open world. I'm pretty sure I've gotten it from caches. Definitely got it from caches. And then these reinforcements aren't coming in. Oh. But I couldn't remember a time that I saw it actually dropping. So I want a good M700. I'm gonna try that, I guess. It's worth it. Somebody said it's good and got my attention. Truth is, we don't need any more damage on the way we're building, but it doesn't hurt. So I'm mostly looking at it from a handling perspective. So we must have lost an NPC because it's a whole nother squad. A little out of range. Cool. Let me go get my loot.
Supply room access unlocked. Detected. Nearby location guarded by hostiles.
Friday Night Funkin'. Yeah, so my daughter knows the whole lore behind it. So I got a question for you. Do you think the devs, when they originally created the Division 2, that it would have kind of captivated the audience that it did? Because this game's audience is actually pretty unique. You know, like the maturity of it, like 33 to 55 basically is the core. And of course we got a little bit younger, but hardly anybody under 18 plays this game, right? Like, that's the one thing. That's what's unique about it. Hardly anybody under 18 plays it. There's a few, but it's a very small crowd. And where, like, if you look at games like COD, like, it gets everybody. It's a little bit of everybody, right? And that's the casualness of it. And I think that's what the devs are trying to fix, right? Because it's fine, the game had a lot of success, but the casual players don't come back very often, right? Maybe they come in for the new drops and then they leave. I mean, you might be a casual player in the way you fight, but I mean, like, casual gamers, like, there's a lot of people that play, like, you know, 10 games at the same time. Maybe you consider that a casual. I don't know. But Call of Duty is kind of, I mean, can be casual. I mean, you can get a sweat hard in your lobby too, and that kind of sucks. As a casual gamer, that could drive you out. But it's pretty easy to kind of jump in. You don't really need to know what's going on. You just go out there and start shooting things, you know? It's pretty hard to have, I mean, a bad build, even as a new player, because there isn't builds. There's just weapons. I mean, you build them and you modify them, but you know, once you start leveling up, that's really all you got to do. Just start adding attachments. You don't need to be a rocket scientist. And people do make accelerated builds for sure. But you don't have to enjoy the game. Just jump in and start shooting things. You die, you live, you die, you live. Your skill alone can keep you thriving. Actually, I don't want to go up there. And so I wonder if the devs intended this game to be as mature, get the mature audience that it did initially. But I feel like that's what they're trying to cure. I think they see it as a problem because it's uninviting. It's not that they have the wrong audience. It's a very unique audience, and it's actually a pretty cool thing that they found it. But the reason why we love it is what they're trying to change, I think, you know? And I think that's how you start seeing things like Summit, Countdown, Descent. That's an attempt to give casual. Where are these guys? To be more inviting to the casual and let them graduate into the non-casual aspects of the game that we all tend to love, or not. Because I think I mean, I guess I would speak to the idea, like, us players that have been around for a while. I think we see things like Descent and we're like, oh, I mean, it looks pretty cool. I'll play it. We'll play it. But I think we all kind of wonder in the back of our head, like, for how long am I going to play this one? Is it going to be like Countdown? Like, because we all play Countdown, but it's sort of like, you know, it's not that big of a challenge. That doesn't bring the challenge. It's just very casual, which is enjoyable. It is. But it's not where we spend a lot of our time because of its casual nature. And the shield again, right?
Immediate medical assistance needed.
Oof. That's where you gotta bring your ninja shoes right there, guys. Your dancing shoes, at least. Yeah, so I'm not really feeling much value out of the Picara's holster. I think it's the Memento or not, basically, is the answer for this build. Because, I mean, if one guy is breaking my shield, because that's what keeps happening. It's... So you know what's really interesting is that the talent, steady hands, kind of tells you how well you're performing in a metric, right? Because it's giving you stacks. So you can see how many shots am I landing. It's showing you right there on your little meter that I'm landing a lot or a little. It's kind of a good gauge. I'm gonna watch it cycle, right? Fuck. I mean, they don't like the accuracy, I know that. Mr. I run through fire. It feels like we got 100% accuracy sometimes. I mean, like, literally, shots on target seem like they're 100%. I mean, this whole gameplay right now literally feels like that. Probably not, of course, but it feels like that. And I think it might be one of the best steady hand builds because of that. I'll be honest with you, like that was amazing, that run right there. And I think it might be one of the best steady hand builds. So it's sort of like, what was that talent that we say the same thing about? Like you want it to cycle constantly. What talent is that we say that about? Anybody remember? I say that about a talent, and I'm like, oh, you want to see it's constant? Oh, yeah, it's the mask, the catharsis mask. I was like, you either want it to hold and never change, get it full and never change, which is unlikely because it's out of your control, or you want it to constantly cycle and purge, and that's exactly what steady hands is, right? It purges at 100, and so. If you're constantly cycling, that means you're constantly hitting. And on a build like Striker, a build that's constantly hitting is a build that's constantly killing because our build is so strong, right? So that's what you want to see. You want to see constant purges. This isn't the kind of gear or talent where you want it to get to 99 and hold, which is impossible. But you want it to see cycling really quickly, and that's why it's like that's how I know it's working, and that's how I know the build is working. And on top of that, if you're cycling, that means you're hitting, which means you're killing because we know we have the power, right? So I don't. But anyways, that being said, I don't think we need this holster. I think we're better off with going ahead and running the striker mask or something different. I mean, I'm open to try something different if somebody else has an idea there. Yeah, I play this game of age 70 plus. Like one of my regular guys that I ran with for the longest time was 70 something, you know? So yeah, kind of nice. And I think I drove him crazy because he was definitely a relaxed player and I was an aggressive player. Sometimes that's a very frustrating combination, you know, because that means you're taking all the aggro, right? You're like, you're up front taking all the bullets and they're up back chilling, you know? It's like, get up here with me, man. I could use some help. Not his fault, though. It's the aggressive players that's got to fall back, right? But the funny thing is like, as an aggressive player, you can see playing relaxed as a weakness sometimes, right? And it is sometimes, depends. They won't fix the DZ, I hear, Keith, but can it be fixed? Is the DZ inherently bugged? Yes. That's why there's no skills. That's why there's no skills in X Defiant. Did you notice that? So one of the things that if you look at the early previews of X Defiant, there was, and there's a little bit of skills, but there was like things like, and maybe they'll bring some of this stuff back, but there was like this launcher. Do you remember the launcher? It was like a tripod explosive launcher. Looked like a shot, some sort of like explosive. It was quite large. It was like the size of a human in the game, and it would shoot something. But anyways, because there's the problem with the, although, okay, forget about the invisibility glitches and stuff like that. Like the reality is that there's too many things to counter and not enough things to counter, right? So there's not enough tools to counter them is my point. Too many things to counter, not enough tools to counter them. And so, and hopefully we'll see that change in next season. I think that could be the real, so I think we were expecting it this season and we didn't get it. So I remember them saying season 11 is going to be the game changer and for PvP, and it wasn't at all. You could probably agree, right? But I see that happening next season. I think next season is going to be the game changer for PvP. It'll still be a work in progress, so don't expect magic. But that's a big deal that they're bringing in that Paladin set. I mean, that's the counter to all skills, not some skills, all of them. Status effect skills, it's going to give you the hazard protection and resistance to skill damage. And status effect skills are both. Think of the Stinger Hive and how popular it is in there. The Stinger Hive is always being used in there, and it's so popular to bleed you, right? And it's going to give you a tool against both of those. So it's a start. I think it's a very defensive set, and it would be nice to see something a little bit more balanced, both offense and defensive, in defense, and still giving you the resistance to skills. But that's the first ever. We have nothing like that in this game. That's the first time ever we will have resistance to skill damage. That's very unique. And then this guy has a protection too. So I think that's going to be a game changer. Now, not for those people that do offense only, of course. But if maybe you have somebody on your team. But so I think it's a start. But anyways, there's no counter to the only counter to the explosive turret is to get to him and kill him. You know what I mean? And one of the other counters was like things like sticky EMP stickies. Problem with those is that they nerfed them because they decided that they were too strong. Like if you had no skill tiers, you shouldn't be able to take out a 6 skill tier. And so, you know, yeah, so I just think it's a very complicated world. It's a beautiful idea, but you know, we got this looter shooter that, you know, where skills are supposed to be kind of secondary. And so when somebody goes in there and uses them as a primary, it really throws things off. So you go in there and you're like, okay, so I'm going to make some resistance to that status effects. But now you got some guy with an attack turret and an attack drone shooting at you, and that has no status effects at all. So you're like, okay, now I need some resistance against the skill thing. Maybe I'll throw in some EMPs and stuff like that. And then now you got somebody sniping you. You're like, okay, so now I need to counter some long range. And then, you know what I mean? And so you got all these things you could try to counter, and there's just no way. You know, and then some of the things don't have a counter unless you go all in on them, like Riot Foam. Riot Foam doesn't ever really have a counter in there unless you go like basically 100% hazard protection. So if you go partial hazard protection, they're still going to stick you. And with the average DPS, that's enough time, even if they put no status effects on their build, it's enough time to stick you and kill you on an all red DPS build with one canister, right? So that's all the leg up they need. And so that's really hard to counter. You know what I mean? So there's like so many things to counter in PvP. And that, I think that makes the Division 2's PvP very challenging. I think it's inherently bugged because of skills. I think they need to get rid of skills altogether. That sucks. Or they need to find a counter for every skill. Or skills should be diminished in there to discourage being used. Turn it into a true shooter. Which I don't even know if that's good. Remember when everybody was running Intimidate and Adrenaline Rush and that's it? You know what I mean? So there was those days. There were those days. I don't know if we want to go back there. Yeah, you're right, Grumpy. The whole thing is toxic. Yeah, we talk about that. I mean, we can go on to this with this subject for like 10 hours because it's like, yeah, the whole thing is like discouraging. You go in there and somebody steals your shit. It's like, man, that's all. Like, this game is about grinding. I don't want people to take it away from me. It's not that kind of game. It's not like we got these resources just that are added for like survival, and you're like a can of soup, for example. It's not that kind of survival game, right? That kind of looter, you know, where you're in like post-apocalyptic world, you know, like, and you need food and you need water. I mean, if somebody came by and looted that shit, I'd be like, that would really suck. Now I got to go back out there and loot that stuff. But when somebody takes your gear because it's this really rare item that you need for a build and you can only get it in the dark zone, it's just like, and then they crush it because they don't even need it because they're a sweat hard that lives in the DZ and you're a PVE player that casually goes in there. It's like, you're not going to go back. You're not going to go back. It's very uninviting, you know? And so I think they need to take that part out of it. You know, I think the gear, there shouldn't be, I mean, they want to give the excitement, the thrill, and the reason to go rogue, but I don't know if that's it. I think it should just be in the form of like the other things, extra caches and XP and trophies and collectibles and bragging rights and stuff like that, you know what I mean? Which to PvP players, that means a lot. Or kill streak kind of rewards, like immediate gratifications. That's what our PvP needs, and it does not have. There's no immediate gratifications. Just caches. So, and then rank, of course. But like, you know, like that's what Call of Duty has, you know, kill streaks. I'm not suggesting that, but some sort of immediate gratification like that, you know, unlocks an extra skill or something, you know, unlock something kind of like Descent, you know, but it needs the immediate gratification, and they're using the stealing thing as a gratification, right? You get loot, I'm gonna go rob you before you're hanging on the helicopter, and it looks cool and it looks nice until it happens to you and you realize that, hey, this kind of sucks because, you know, I'm working against RNG here, which is really hard in this game, right? You got so many things, and you want, let's say, the death grips, and you go there and you finally get some death grips, and you can only get them in there, and then you go in there, and then it's just like somebody robs them for you. But the thing is that they always play PvP, and that's why they won that battle, is because they're better at it than you. Fine. And then they're like, oh, death grips, I don't need these. I got 1,000 of them because I'm always in the dark zone. And then they crush it, and you're like, oh my God, that hurt. That really hurt. I'm just going to go back out there, play the golden bullet, get my red stars, and buy named caches. That's an easier and more positive experience, you know? Yeah, I don't know, but I wish it was better in there because it's I've had fun, but I'll tell you, it's because I took away the farming aspect of it. That's when I had fun, you know, when I went in there and I was like, you know what? I was like, it's more, I'm not going to farm, but I'm just going to go join these big server fights. And that's so much fun. I'm sure you guys have had the same fun, right? You just got four guys in there or whatever. They're just kicking butt. They're good. The whole server's chasing them around, and, you know, nobody's trying to extract gear, but you're getting caches because, you know, the DZ caches, so you're getting some sort of reward. And that felt good. You know, you'd go into the safe house and you'd be like, oh man, I'm gonna open all these caches. I just got a bunch of them, you know? And you get some good stuff out of them too. A little bit more of that kind of thing. I don't know. But yeah, when somebody calls you cheating because you're doing good, that sucks too, you know? It's like, aw. You know? No winning. I think I'd be better off with a better striker chest or backpack. So we need to get that weapon handling here again so that we can change the mod on our gun. Because I think that 45... Oh, I guess we're there. 45. But that's because we have this. So I would want to put that back to crit chance. and then take one of these crit chance things off down here instead. So I think that would make the build perfect. And I think my striker chest can't do that. And I guess I'm out of other striker backpacks. So I need weapon handling right there. And then this one is stuck. What if I put crit chance there? Do I win? No. Because nothing else can change. I kind of wish you can double up on your stats too. Like, wouldn't it be cool to put double weapon handling here? Why not? Why not? Why not double up everything? Double crit damage, double weapon handling, double, you know? Yeah, isn't that crazy? Yeah, so, yeah, to recap, that's what we were really testing out, and then we just created a build for it and figured out which way to go. So, I mean, you can still do the rail splitter if you want to, but steady hands just pays out more. Double the accuracy, 200% the stability, obviously, 100% stability increase. And then auto reload, just amazing. Otherwise, the weapons are exactly the same between the named one. And so if you're out there trying to farm the rail splitter, or if you love the rail splitter, which I do, then you're going to like this regular C-Tar with steady hands better. And so that's what I learned today. I knew steady hands was strong, but I never compared it against the rail splitter on the C-Tar. And so it's sort of, you know, gonna make my C-Tar very dusty, my rail splitter very dusty. Gotta figure out which one of these is better. Cool, everybody. Well, I'm gonna leave you there. It's getting late for me. I got some editing to do tonight, but I will catch you guys tomorrow. I'll try to kick it off a little bit earlier, maybe tomorrow. So we'll see if I can. But between 2 and 4, we'll be running. All right, everybody. Have a good night. Catch you later.
Tuxedo out.
Flows, and that's how it goes.